check one. Nice. Oh, whoops. That's gonna be needed. Sweet. Alrighty. So before I go have my smoke break, I am going to get the first for things going, or first for news shit going. And I will give everybody a little bit of pre-warning. There is reports of someone leaving Ace of Spades cards behind in vehicles of people that were taken in by ICE. For anyone who doesn't know the importance of that, I'm going to make it rather clear. Cards left behind like that are messages of war. It's not hyperbole. That's not a joke. It's not just the Ace of Spades. Every country's done it. By leaving that behind, whichever ICE official did, or whoever did, they're literally declaring war. This dates back to well past the Nazis. Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
In the aftermath of yet another unprovoked shooting at the hands of ICE in Minneapolis, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer issued an announcement that is going to have massive implications on the future of ICE and Homeland Security. Quote, "What's happening in Minnesota is appalling and unacceptable in any American city. Democrats sought common sense reforms in the Department of Homeland Security spending bill, but because of Republicans' refusal to stand up to President Trump, the DHS bill is woefully inadequate to rein in the abuses of ICE. I will vote no. Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included." Just days ago, the government spending bill that included DHS funding managed to pass the House with the support from about 7 Democrats in addition to virtually all Republicans. As the bill heads to the Senate, where it needs 60 votes to pass, Schumer has now announced that Senate Democrats will not give the votes necessary to pass it, meaning if DHS funding is included, we are likely to see a government shutdown, the second of Trump's second term. Let's be clear here. There is no excuse for a single Democrat to offer a single vote for any bill that gives a dime to funding to DHS or ICE. The fact that 7 Democrats did it in the House is already indefensible, but luckily it requires approval from the Senate, approval that seems dead on arrival given Schumer's announcement. But with that said, refusing to fund DHS is the bare minimum we should expect here. This should go without saying, but a lawless, rogue, incompetent agency like ICE should not be rewarded as they slaughter Americans in the streets with no due process and no controls. So again, refusing to fund ICE and DHS given these developments is the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Frankly, the agency should be dismantled, and the people responsible for committing these atrocities on a daily basis should face criminal prosecution. The reason that these people feel like they can commit these crimes with impunity is because there have been no consequences. Think about, for example, what happened in the aftermath of Trump trying to rig the 2020 election. You had Merrick Garland, the top law enforcement official in America, who did not touch Trump for 2 years. Only then did he finally deign to appoint a special counsel, Jack Smith, who had so little time to prosecute that Trump was effectively able to run out the clock, at which point he pardoned every single person responsible for participating in the insurrection, thereby basically making it clear that crime is legal in America so long as it's committed in Trump's name. That is the consequence of not holding criminals to account in a timely manner. That is the consequence of broadcasting that avoiding the optics of politicization is more important than pursuing justice without fear or favor.
For
In fact,
real.
that's a point that I brought up in today's interview with Graham Plattner, who's running for Senate in Maine.
I think they know a thing that we need to start learning, which is that when you have power and you wield it and no one has the ability to stop you,
Yeah.
then you just have that power.
Right.
I,
Right.
I honestly, and look, there's no surprise to me that this is happening now in in states that very much could be like that, like in Maine, in play come fall for the midterm election. You know, this has nothing to do with law. This has nothing to do with protecting Americans. This barely has anything to do with immigration, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
This is using the age old tactic of scapegoating the marginalized and the at risk communities in order to come up with the excuse of expanding capacity for state violence and repression.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing. I think they know what they're up to.
They do.
And it is that to me is the most concerning thing, where I'm fairly convinced that this is just building the momentum and the power to just impose their will, hoping that people aren't going to fight back.
Right. Right. And frankly, they've had a lot of success at getting people to capitulate, whether it's the ABC Newses of the world, CBS's of the world, Meta, Washington Post. You look at a lot of these law firms, you look at universities, you look at tech CEOs who've just heaped tons and tons of money onto Trump, and they've seen that capitulation. And so all that says is, look how easy it is to own people. Look how easy it is to impose our will on people. All of these, supposedly esteemed institutions and too big, like the free press, the Fourth Estate, you have the universities, these billionaire tech CEOs, all of these people fell like dominoes. And so if it was that easy to own those people, think about how easy it's going to be to just impose our will on the plebes who live in these blue states, who are taking to the streets, who we can just send in our secret police, and they'll just quell any violence or dissent that occurs. But I think you're exactly right about this idea of wielding power when you get it. And I hope that any Democrats who serve right now recognize their own impotence when they think back to these moments where they've said, oh, well, we want to do what we want to pass this law, but like the parliamentarian or norms or we couldn't do what we're trying to do right now because they might abuse that process at some point in the future. When Republicans have power, they wield it. They wield it to the nth degree, and they abuse it. And meanwhile, you've got Democrats more focused on protecting the sanctity of the filibuster than actually getting something done.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I'm running for Senate. That's literally the reason I'm doing this.
To watch the full interview with Graham, check out the video on my channel, and please make sure to subscribe to see more interviews and to support independent media. I should note too that I'm approaching 5 million subscribers, so if you're not yet
we don't do that here. Sorry, Brian. Oh, you're not
subscribed,
done.
please help me reach that milestone. The sad reality is that ICE has devolved into a completely rogue, lawless agency that views itself as judge, jury, and executioner. And as if that wasn't bad enough, they also view themselves as completely above the law. They lie openly and brazenly about their illegal actions as if to mock the very concept of law. Today we watched an ICE agent kill a protester who was filming them, only for everybody involved in this administration to play make-believe and coalesce around this bullshit idea that the protester was brandishing some weapon. For example,
during this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 40.
I'm going to start off with, if someone with a 9mm handgun violently resists, your officers are getting shot. And that's not the case.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
What? What? I haven't seen anything that corroborates that.
Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted.
I'm sorry. I've got a lot of issues with this story. Not just from a seeing the footage factor, but from a knowing human behavior factor. Ooh.
To deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict.
Oh, and carrying a weapon, especially a gun, is legal.
Maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Yeah, is this the gun that he was brandishing? Because that's a phone. And if a federal agency and the U.S. government can't tell the difference, then our tax dollars should not fund them while they learn. So good on Senate Democrats for not participating in this farce, but remember, as far as dismantling and holding ICE to account is concerned, this is not the last step, this is the first.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Donald Trump is absolutely losing it right now as his attempt to cover up the cold-blooded murder of Alex Jeffrey Peretti has utterly failed. Donald Trump is stunned as his own MAGA base is turning against him based on this despicable cover-up. Donald Trump is seeing groups like the NRA turning against him. Donald Trump is seeing MAGA Republicans in the House and Senate turning against him. Donald Trump is seeing MAGA influencers. He's seeing groups like Barstool turn against him. He's seeing far right-wing writers turn against him. He's seeing other Second Amendment advocates turning against him. You see, Donald Trump has overplayed his hand in trying to engage in his most despicable cover-up yet, and the American people are seeing this for the watershed moment that it is. Frankly, the people in the United States should have been well aware of this before, but this has now reached a fever pitch as Donald Trump and his regime attempted to defame Alex Peretti after he was brutally murdered in cold blood by the Border Patrol Gestapo. By now, I'm sure you know most of the facts, that Alex Peretti was at a peaceful protest in Minneapolis. A female protester was being brutalized by Trump's Border Patrol Gestapo. She was being pepper sprayed. Alex Peretti saw what was happening. He went to help the female protester. That's when the Border Patrol Gestapo started pepper spraying Peretti. They then started beating on him. They gang tackled him. They threw him to the floor. They bludgeoned him over and over again, and then they shot him repeatedly, at least 11 times, and Peretti was killed. Thereafter, the Trump regime tried to frame Peretti and say it was because he had a concealed handgun. Well, then it turned out that he did indeed have a concealed handgun, but he was a legal permit holder of a concealed handgun. He never took the handgun out of its holster. The handgun was where it was supposed to be the entire time. It's exactly why we have a Second Amendment. And in fact, what appears to have taken place is that Trump's Border Patrol, Gestapo went into the holster, took out the handgun. Then when there was no handgun in sight, when there was no threat whatsoever, and by the way,
Yeah,
there
that
was
was
no
flavor,
threat
huh?
whatsoever the entire time, the Border Patrol Gestapo murdered Alex Peretti in cold blood. We're learning lots of information about Peretti. What an incredible, courageous person he is. He's the type of hero who did exactly what he did before he was brutally murdered by Trump's Border Patrol Gestapo, where he helped the female protester who was being brutalized by the Gestapo. Peretti was an ICU nurse. He worked at the Minneapolis VA, and from all of the family members of his patients and the patients that he treated at the VA, everybody describes him as one of the most incredible people ever. He's someone who dedicated his life to service. That's why he was working at the VA. He's someone who was very much involved in the sciences and the medicine, trying to always make people's lives better. He was an outdoorsman, a dog dad, and an all-around incredible person. And when the Trump regime immediately came out with statements trying to frame Peretti, calling him a domestic terrorist, saying that because he had a concealed carry permit, that he deserved to be murdered by the Border Patrol Gestapo, Donald Trump, Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem Bovino heads the Border Patrol. Kristi Noem heads the Department of Homeland Security. She's the DHS secretary. They all came out with statements. Why in the world would you concealed carry at a protest? You're not allowed to do that. You're going to
yes,
die.
you are.
And then so people were asking, so you're saying that if you peacefully protest, First Amendment right, conceal carry with the legal permit, Second Amendment right, you deserve to be shot and killed, you deserve to be murdered? What the hell are you talking about? And folks, the impact of Donald Trump's disastrous cover-up and this brutal murder is now reverberating across the country and across the world. I'm going to do another video about it this morning, but there's an entire boycott USA, boycott World Cup movement that was already brewing, which is accelerating. People in other countries are saying, why the hell would we want to go to the United States where if we show up, we're going to get killed by Border Patrol and ICE Gestapo? Who wants to go to a World Cup game when you can die, when you can get gassed, when you can get brutalized by the Border Patrol Gestapo? Not to mention that the day began yesterday with Donald Trump threatening 100% tariffs on Canada because Canada was entering into a strategic trade agreement with China, which Donald Trump previously said that he thought was a good idea for Prime Minister Carney to do, and then he calls him Governor Carney, and Trump just goes around offending the entire world,
I know.
disgracing the United
wanna
States.
check it out.
And what, it was less than 48 hours ago, though it feels like a week ago or even more at this point, where we age in dog years under the Trump regime, where he basically said if you were in NATO and you fought with the United States in Afghanistan, you didn't really fight on the front lines, that you're a sucker and a loser, and that other nations didn't sacrifice with the United States. That created massive international backlash. Then that led to earlier yesterday morning where the murder of Alex Peretti took place. And then right before that, Donald Trump made these statements attacking Prime Minister Carney and Canada. Let's take a look at what's happening as well. You have the Republican chairman, Representative Garabirino, who's formally requested testimony from ICE, CBP, USCIS, at a full committee hearing. Congress has an important responsibility to ensure the safety of law enforcement and the people they serve to protect. And here's a letter to Todd Lyons, the acting director of ICE right now. On January 15, 2016, the Committee on Homeland Security staff invited you to testify at the hearing, and he said you now have to show up formally. This is the Republican who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, saying that these people need to show up, that all of these ICE heads and Border Patrol heads need to show up. We're now also seeing that some of the Democrats who we were being very critical of here on the Midas Touch Network because they were considering funding ICE and Border Patrol in the current funding package, the government will shut down unless these funding packages are passed by the House and the Senate. By now, I'm sure you know, The House passed its portion of the appropriations bill, and now it went to the United States Senate. And the senators who may potentially have supported it are now saying they're not going to support it because they will not support any funding bill that gives additional money to the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and Border Patrol. Leader Schumer for the Democrats put out the following statement. What's happening in Minnesota is appalling and unacceptable in any American city. Democrats sought common sense reforms in the Department of Homeland Security spending bill, but because of Republicans' refusal to stand up to Trump, the DHS bill is woefully inadequate to rein in the abuses of ICE. I will vote no. Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included, to which Democratic Congresswoman AOC responded to Schumer's statement by saying, "This is the strength of response we need. People's calls and organizing worked. Thank you to all who mobilized. No action is ever too small. That is why we never give up. Thank you, Senate Dems." And while I'm sure you, like me, are very disappointed, I'm putting it lightly, I should say horrified, at some of those House Democrats who voted to allow additional funding to ICE and to Border Patrol. It was only a small group of those House Dems, which at this point I believe, frankly, is disqualifying, and I want to hear from all of them what they have to say. I am proud that AOC and others have been pushing the Senate to do the right thing, and even though some of these senators were wishy-washy and have betrayed us in the past, and they still may in the future, I am glad that they're putting out a statement saying no funding to ICE. This is an existential issue. If you fund ICE, you should not be reelected at this point. ICE needs to go. Border Patrol needs to go. It's that simple. It's a black and white issue to me, and it should be to the rest of the country at this point. Jake Sherman, who covers the Senate and Congress generally for Punchbowl, says the following: "The ICE situation's a nightmare for the Senate. Cannot see a scenario in which Senate Dems can vote for this 6-bill package, which includes Department of Homeland Security funding. The government shuts down Friday. The first Senate procedural vote not likely until Wednesday." So we'll see what happens there. And meanwhile, you had people like Stephen Miller and the White House account and Donald Trump making posts like this. Stephen Miller goes, "A would-be assassin tried to murder federal law enforcement, and the official Democrat account sides with the terrorists," referring to Alex Peretti as a terrorist and peaceful protesters as terrorists. No, the real terrorist is Stephen Miller, is Donald Trump, is Kristi Noem, is Greg Bovino. This was posted from Trump's account as well as the official White House account. "This is the gunman's gun, loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? Where are the local police? Why aren't they allowed to protect ICE officers?" And then the statement goes on to call Alex Peretti a terrorist and an insurrectionist, and the governor's insurrectionist. And then these right-wing influencers like this guy Alex, who's a total shill, goes, "More blood on the hands of Democrats." Dude, shut up. Shut the hell up. But you have people like Tim Pool. Tim Pool, you don't get much more MAGA than Tim Pool as a podcaster. He goes, "Empty hand, the gun in hand. Appears the man may have been disarmed before being shot. This is a chain of events in a greater conflict. Neither side cares at this point what justifies it or doesn't. I don't see Trump winning this one." Or how about this guy who writes for Red State? "The claim that he approached the officers with a gun with the intent to massacre them is nonsense," because that's what Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino and Trump and all these MAGAs were out there saying. They put out a statement right away, without even knowing Alex Peretti's background, without knowing the heroism he showed his entire life, the selflessness he showed as an ICU nurse, helping veterans and working at the VA, without even knowing the facts that he was there peacefully, that he had a concealed carry permit. The Trump regime immediately slandered in his death Alex Peretti, and they said he was there to massacre everyone. This was part of his plan to massacre. But even this writer from Red State goes, he doesn't draw the weapon, he doesn't reach for it, and instead he gets pepper sprayed while trying to pull another protester off the ground. No one with the intent to commit a massacre is going to do all of that instead of, just standing back, drawing their weapon and firing. Now, this comes
Precisely.
from KFC Barstool. This is the Barstool, right-wing, MAGA-ish people Here's what they had to say. And I think these Barstool people are largely responsible, with a lot of other right-wing podcasters, of perverting the minds of lots of young men and teaching them the wrong things about what's alpha and what's strong. It was always weakness masquerading as strength. It was always the most pathetic stuff. And as a man, that pissed me off to see all these young men being led down this path towards Trumpian ruin, a fraudster, a disrespectful, vile piece of trash. But anyway, here's what KFC Barstool just posted. 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Peretti murdered by ICE in broad daylight with zero justification for deadly force. I mean zero. This feels like a watershed moment in American history that should enact change, but won't. Very reminiscent of Sandy Hook, when we all said, if that didn't get us to change, we never will. Feels like another one of those. Because if you cannot admit this was wrong, you're either an idiot or a liar, and I think you're a bad person and an un-American asshole. The hypocrisy from the same people who have been proudly screaming about the First and Second Amendment for hundreds of years now, trying to say protesting and carrying a legal firearm is reason enough to be murdered. What a joke. And the response from Donald Trump and our leaders to walls is all dangerous and pathetic. We're just a third world country now where masked morons with no training and a gun can kill you for no reason other than, well, we won't get in trouble for it, or out of all the dumb entities to blindly follow for your political affiliations, supporting ICE and Border Patrol is by far the most pathetic. ICE agents and their supporters are the biggest trash in America ever. And by the way, you had people like Donald Trump's United States Attorney, or first assistant United States Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Asaley. He goes, if you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it. To which the NRA said, this sentiment from the first assistant United States Attorney for the Central District of California is dangerous and wrong. Responsible public voices should be waiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens. And folks, we all saw with our eyes what happened to Alex Peretti. I've showed that video many times before. I don't need to show it any more times. You can go and look at it. He was murdered in cold blood. It's not my opinion. It's not my perspective. It is simply the facts. It is what happens on the videotape. I don't need a further investigation. I've seen the video. It is obvious. To the extent there's a further investigation, I want to know who the hell these ICE and Border Patrol agent murderer thugs are and who else they're doing this to that might not be caught on camera. Now, yesterday in the evening, a lawsuit was also filed by the Hennepin County District Attorney's Office, that's the county where Minneapolis is in, demanding immediate access to federal evidence in the Border Patrol agent's deadly shooting during what took place on Saturday. The Border Patrol, Gestapo, ICE, and DHS are refusing to even let the FBI do the investigation, and they've totally prevented the local state officials, Minneapolis PD, State Attorney General's office, from having any part in the investigation whatsoever. The same thing they did to Renee Nicole Good, who ICE murdered in cold blood. They're doing now in connection with the investigation of Alex Peretti. They're doing the same thing here that they did there. It is utterly despicable. And so the Hennepin County District Attorney's Office, county's office filed a lawsuit demanding that they be given access to the investigation. And they said, under the 10th Amendment, we have a law enforcement responsibility. You can't have the FBI also be cut out, or just you can't have the feds in general cut out local law enforcement from doing the job of local law enforcement. It's not allowed, period, full stop. So you have that lawsuit. We're just learning more about Alex Peretti from his colleagues like Dr. Dimitri Dranoka, who said Alex Peretti was a colleague at the VA. We hired him to recruit for our trial. He became an ICU nurse. I loved working with him. He was a good, kind person who lived to help, and these efforts executed him. Alex, from our time working together while he was in nursing school, later he moved to ICU, working as a nurse to support critically ill veterans. He had such a great attitude. We chat between patients about trying to get in a mountain bike ride together. Well, that will never happen now. We also heard from Mac Randolph. Rest in peace, Alex Peretti. He was my dad's ICU nurse, and he read my dad's final salute at the VA after he passed away. Never wanted to share this video, but his speech is very on point. Also, my father's final words to me was, continue to fight the good fight. He would be honored in Alex's sacrifice and ashamed of this current administration. In my dad's words, I encourage you all to continue the fight. Continue to fight the good fight. I played that video on the video I made last night. If you want to go and watch that, you can go and watch that video again. But I want to read for you now the statement from the family of Alex Peretti that they issued yesterday evening. We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends, and also the American veterans whom he cared for. As an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital, Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the hero term lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies that have been told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He has his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. And I want to reference this as well. Two other things. First, we're learning that Pam Bondi, yesterday morning, before the murder took place, sent an extortion letter to Governor Walz and to the Minnesota government officials, the AG, Mayor Fry of Minneapolis. And as Matt McDermott says, as insane as this sounds, it's true. Pam Bondi sent Minnesota officials a letter yesterday saying ICE would leave the state if Minnesota turns over its voter files to the Trump regime. They're openly using state terrorism as a bargaining chip to seize election infrastructure. That's what went down yesterday. And also it should be noted that the Trump regime tried to get the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals to issue an arrest warrant of Don Lemon. And they tried to go around the chief district court judge, who is a George W. Bush appointee. They went around his back while the chief judge was working at home to help his mentally disabled adult son attend certain classes. The DOJ went around the back of the chief district court judge, ran to the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals to try to get them to issue a warrant to arrest Don Lemon for videotaping a protest at a church in St. Paul. The Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected it. And you have this letter from this George W. Bush judge saying, I apologize. He's writing a letter to the Eighth Circuit when he finds out that Trump DOJ went around his back. I apologize for addressing this letter to you, but for reasons I will describe, I don't have any other option. I'm working from home today as the program that my mentally disabled son attends each day is closed because of the extreme cold. At 11:34 a.m., I received an email regarding the case entitled NRA United States. This is the first that I have heard of any petition for a writ of mandamus. The United States did not have the courtesy to tell me that they would be filing such a petition, nor did the United States serve the petition on me. I am unable to access any documents because, at the request of the United States, the case is sealed, apparently even from me, so I have been given about 2.5 hours to respond to a mandamus petition that I have not read and that I cannot read. You have a George W. Bush judge calling out the criminality of the Trump DOJ as they attempted there to get the Court of Appeals, the circuit court, to arrest Don Lemon as well. I know I covered a lot right there, but that's your comprehensive update of everything taking place. I don't want to show the videos of Kristi Noem anymore where she says that Alex Peretti's a domestic terrorist I don't want to show you the Greg Bovino video. I'll show you the screenshot of it where they say that he's a domestic terrorist, but I don't want to hear their voice this morning, so I'm not going to play it. That's what's going down. We'll keep you posted every step of the way. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Donald Trump and MAGA are getting a massive, rude awakening in Florida, where the latest polls show that Donald Trump is underwater and underwater big. Multiple red states show that Donald Trump is underwater, like he's negative 17.2 in Texas. But let's check out Florida right now, where Donald Trump is negative 7.5. Folks, what was once thought of as a ruby red state, Florida, no longer looks to be that way. And you know, we've been covering the state house races in Florida, the mayor's races, where there have been major Democratic upsets. And as we head to the midterms, I think the voters in Florida are absolutely pissed at this regime. We can go across all demographics and see people pissed at this despicable Trump regime. I mean, take a look. The Cuban population deported at the highest rate ever when Donald Trump and the MAGA said, oh, we're not going to go after you. We're just going to go after the criminals. The pro-opposition, pro-democracy Venezuelan population that thought that Maria Corina Machado would become the leader of Venezuela, they are dismayed and disenchanted as Donald Trump is having the oppressor, Delcy Rodriguez, run things so Donald Trump can take the oil from Venezuela and use that proceed money to transfer it to a Qatari bank account to help Donald Trump. You talk about tourism in Florida is getting absolutely crushed based on the Canadian and European boycott, which only seems like it's going to expand after the horrific behavior by Donald Trump against Europe and Canada, which is only accelerating and escalating. You look at recent plans by the Trump regime to propose new offshore oil drilling off the coast of Florida, which, if you look at the oil spread models, could be just a complete and utter disaster in Florida. You take a look at the utility costs, the insurance prices, affordability. Florida is getting absolutely crushed. It's got a completely out-of-touch governor, DeSantis, who is mocking the East Coast right now, which is about to suffer a massive winter storm, that is suffering a massive winter storm, a deadly winter storm. DeSantis is like, well, at least it's 80 degrees here in Florida. Ha, 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 ha. It's not funny. We should all be Americans, DeSantis, not rooting against areas to die. You realize that it's fortunate that there weren't any hurricanes by Florida this time around this past hurricane season, but FEMA is so woefully underprepared. And every time Florida is hit with serious hurricanes, the country rallies around Florida. We're all Americans. This behavior right here is absolutely despicable, and he's run Florida into the ground. Take a look at what DeSantis just said. It's so disgusting. Play this clip.
That was a great night.
Yeah, well, first, just let me say on the weather, because you provided the adequate warnings for people across the country. Just for the record, in Florida this weekend, the average is going to be about 80 degrees, and so it's a great time to be in the free state of Florida, not just for low taxes and low crime, but also for that.
Now, when you have these MAGA Republican Congress members like Congressmember Mast go to town halls, they frequently get booed. I mean, you see this guy, for example, it seems that all of these MAGA Republican Congress members from Florida actually hate their constituents. Like Congressmember Mast right here, he says, Doge has been so great to the people of Florida. We should have Doge everywhere. This is what he said early on in the Doge process. Doge was an absolute disaster where federal spending actually increased. It gutted our federal government. It destroyed the ability for the government to function. But look at this MAGA Republican from Florida. This is why I believe that there's a chance, and a good chance, for Florida to turn purple or possibly even blue. Watch Brian Mast here, this MAGA Republican, what I want to say it here, play this clip.
Is Doge working? Is it successful so far?
Doge has been beyond successful. Every American should be thanking President Trump. They should be thanking Elon Musk, the team
2
that they
from
worked to put in place,
perception,
and be begging them to go
4
not
from
just to every
intelligence.
federal agency, but say, please come to a hometown near me and start digging into my federal, my state government, my local government, my towns, my municipalities, because who knows what you'll find. And we will all be more efficient. We will waste less dollars. There'll be less inflation. This is the goal of all of this, to say, hey, you're the American taxpayer. You deserve to keep that money in your pocket, not have your government wasting it, sending it abroad on these, $15 million in condoms for the Taliban, who is our enemy, not wasting money on things like this, but you keep it and you enjoy your life. It's the work of your hands. Thank you to the president for doing it.
Congressman Brian Mast.
And here Brian Mast was getting booed at a recent town hall that he held, or town hall he held several months ago, rather. Here, play this clip.
On U.S. Perry going into camp. So these are all very specific examples.
That's not a godly thing to say in the church.
And what we're going to get to,
such a potty mouth in the church.
For the United States.
So now I want to bring in the lead Democratic candidate who's running against Brian Mast, someone who has set all types of fundraising records over this past year. Her name is Pia Dondia. She was a teacher for years, launched a high school that she was the founder of, graduating 100% of its class at Harlem, New York. She's a White House fellow. She then went into the public policy realm, and she grew up in Jupiter, Florida, in this congressional district area, where she is now going to be running against Brian Mast. She's someone who has always won against all odds, and people think that, and I think that, she has a real big chance of flipping this Brian Mast seat. She raised $1 million, folks, in the past year. So I want to bring in Pia Dondia, who's one of those great Democratic candidates who's been breaking fundraising records in Florida's 21st for a Democrat. You've raised the most money in Florida's 21st, and it's still in the primary stage since 2018. I know Pia's humble, so I'll give some of her background. She founded a high school when you were still in your 20s, and basically everybody from that high school in Harlem, New York, went on to go to college, and you started off as a teacher for four years or so, founded your own school, you were a White House fellow, then you went on to be involved in public policy later, and you were born and raised in Jupiter, so it's a natural spot for you to take your leadership and to represent the place you're from. And lots of big endorsements that you've gotten from Florida's 21st, from Patrick Murphy, who used to represent the area, to Ro Khanna. I could go down the list. And you've really galvanized people. And some would say you come out of nowhere, but those who know you know that's been Pia her entire life. And so I do want to focus on your background because it's a real compelling story. But I just want to start off with this Florida's 21st Congressional District and Brian Mast. So I showed videos at the beginning. There's this incongruency, would be putting it nicely. There's an attack on the district by the guy who's supposed to represent him. So can you talk through that aspect of it? Then we'll go into why you decided to run.
Yes, absolutely. So my district, where I was born and raised, District 21, has had Brian Mast in the seat since 2016. And I think that there has been a quiet opportunity building here in Florida for a while. And that became very obvious to me, especially as we got into early last year. I went to Brian Mast Town Hall. I was really taken aback by how angry it was and how many people were there. And Brian Mast's total inability to address people's concerns. For the last many years, there's been a real growing disconnect with his leadership and the people who elected him to serve, who he should be working for. And I think that we find ourselves now in a political moment where Mast with Trump is not saying, when I want you to jump, how high? It's, is it high enough? And I think that folks in our district are beginning to take wind of this and say, this is not what we signed up for, and you're not here to represent us. And so that is really what I want to take on in this election cycle. We have an elected official who even just a few weeks ago was voting to raise healthcare premiums for constituents in our district, which would have affected 70,000 voters that he himself serves. He's also been silent while ICE has been tearing through our communities without regard for human life. And the list goes on and on. I think he represents the perfect archetype of a Trump-supported candidate who has been phoning it in for the last few years and having it pretty easy. And I want to give him a hard run for his money.
You know, Florida's 21st is along what's called the Treasure Coast. And I guess when it comes to Congressmember Mast and Donald Trump, it's basically taking away people's money and wealth and opportunities and hoarding the treasure for themselves in Washington, D.C., or Donald Trump's golden ballrooms or Qatari bank accounts. That seems to be what their priority is. You know, I just wonder, as you tour the district and you say to people, you go, okay, here's what the priority is going to be. And, you know, here's what Donald Trump's doing. They're like, what? Is it like what they promised? Like affordability? No. Hear me out. Golden ballrooms, and they're going to invade places, take the money. Are they going to give us the money? No. Qatari bank accounts to help build golden ballrooms for Donald Trump. Isn't that, you know, and they're going to do great Gatsby parties right in your backyard at Mar-a-Lago. They're going to rub it in your face. And that's basically it. It's ridiculous. Talk to us about your background. Being a teacher, founding a school, you know, getting the gangs to go away, fighting for your. It's an incredible story. And I'll talk more about your district, but people have to hear
Thank you. Yes, of course. Well, I studied government in college, and I knew that I wanted to commit my life to public service, especially because my family has been in this district for 40 years. It's where I was born and raised. My dad has been a doctor here for 40 years. My mom started a school for me 30 years ago that my son now attends. And, you know, our family has really lived the American dream. And it's a dream that I can see has been slipping through our fingers, especially for Americans who have been here for generations. I started having that realization when I went to college. So I knew that I wanted to commit my life to public service, to pay forward what I'm so proud that this district and this country has given me. So I became a teacher, and I wanted to focus on teaching in high poverty schools to really understand the challenges that those communities face and figure out how to be a part of the solution. And I just deeply fell in love with the work on the ground. I felt like there was truly no better place for me to be to understand the problems of poverty and public education than in the trenches. So initially I thought maybe I'd go to law school or get involved in policy work, but I scrapped those plans because I knew I was exactly where I needed to be. So I taught for a few more years, and then I got the fire under my belly to say, what if I didn't just lead in a classroom? What if I led an entire school? Could I actually change life trajectories for kids living below the poverty line on the public dollar? So at the age of 28, I became a high school principal in Harlem. And I started a high school there with just one hallway, 100 kids, 10 teachers. And every year we got 100 more kids, 10 more teachers, one more hallway, until we became a fully grown school. And we told families that if they came to this school that they had never heard of, their child would earn admission to college. Now, this was a very big promise to make at the time, knowing that the high school down the street was graduating students from high school forget college at a 60% rate. 86% of my students lived below the poverty line, and we succeeded in getting 100% of them off to college on the public dollar with $1 million in scholarships. And I'm so proud of what that means for them, because year over year, we built that school with blood, sweat, and tears. And as the principal, I did everything from hiring teachers to breaking up fights if gangs are waiting for my kids. And 4 years later, all of them were off to college. The school lives beyond me now too, so we're on to our 6th graduating class, still serving the same demographic and still getting 100% of them off to college. I feel so strongly that we can do better, and I want to do so much better for kids and families across the entire country because of what I learned in serving the communities that I served in places like Brooklyn and Harlem.
That's really just rolling up your sleeves, getting it done, creating generational change, and the amount of lives you've impacted. That's why I said, you know, for some people, it's like, where did Pia come from? You know, this is, you know, raising $1 million in 4 months, essentially, in this race, breaking these fundraising records. And it's like, well, let's take a look at her background. This is what she's been doing the whole time. So let's zoom in, though. Let's zoom in on Florida's 21st congressional district because, you know, Trump won that district by 58%. In 2024. Brian Mast, who you're running against in his reelection, won it with 62% of the vote. And so lots of people, including the Democratic Party, you know, until your surge, viewed that as one of these seats that are like safe seat. You know, do we devote our resources to this area? similar to people saying, should we devote resources to trying to graduate 100% of people, in an area in Harlem like that? But how are you going to kind of overcome that gap? And what are you hearing in the district as you tour it now and you're speaking to not just Democrats, you're speaking to independents, by the way, where Trump's approval among independents is 27 to 29%, and you're speaking with Republicans. So how's that going?
So I think there has been a
One from
quiet
charisma,
opportunity
three
building
from
here in
agility.
Florida for a while. Let me tell you some stats about my district. My district is 40% Republican. We're about 30% Democrat, and we're 30% independent. Brian Mast has been in this seat since 2016, and he has had a real challenge in terms of a campaign that was supported by by Democrats in DC in 2018. This district on the Cook County report is R+7, and it surprises most people to know that while we live 20 minutes away from Mar-a-Lago, which is not in my district,
Gotcha.
Mar-a-Lago is in a blue district. And so I think a lot of the feeling around Brian Mast and the permanence of his seat is the sense of permanence you get when anyone has been in their seat for a few years. We see a real path to victory here. And like I mentioned, that town hall was the first indicator of that. I am seeing a persistent continuation in this last year of Florida showing that we are not deep red without any other options. In April, we won a congressional seat that closed the gap by 23%, having a swing to the left. In September, we won another state Senate seat with a 22% swing. And just in December, we earned a third state Senate, we won a third race, a state Senate seat with another 22% swing.
Need me in the team? Certo. Just make sure the rest keep up.
So my view is that it has to be my mission to build a campaign that is ready to meet the moment in November. And I think that we have to do that in two ways. The first way is that I think we have to keep hitting the milestones we have been, like you mentioned, with fundraising, with national endorsements and local endorsements that are on par with the Democratic candidates who are running in the most competitive seats across the country. We've been doing that so far, and we've got to keep it up. And secondly, I think we need to have a real human touch to this campaign. We have been building deep coalition across the district with elected officials, with business leaders, with nonprofit leaders, with public defenders, and we are on track to having 100 house parties by the time that we get to November. We need to make this campaign one that people see and feel and can touch, and I want to bring back that human feel to congressional races, especially with a message that is going to meet voters. The more voters that I meet on the trail, the more I hear that nowadays they don't see themselves as staunch Democrats or Republicans. They see themselves as an observer about this political process. And they just want candidates who are going to meet their everyday needs, which for us here includes things like lives we can afford, healthcare we can rely on, social security we can depend on, and clean water for us all, which is a big issue here in Florida. So we need to be ready to meet the moment with the right coalition and with the right message. So in my view, it's not a 1-2 punch, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch. And we are ready to roll up our sleeves and do the work to make that happen with 41 weeks to go.
Where can people learn more about your campaign and learn more about you?
A great question, Ben. You can go to my website, which is piaforcongress.com. You can also check out our Instagram, our Facebook. Send us a message. We would love to talk with you more as we keep building this campaign. We are building a real coalition that is local, that is statewide and national to flip this red seat blue, and we would love to be in conversation with you.
Pia Dandia, high school principal, founder of an incredible school, White House fellow, running for Florida's 21st Congressional District. Great to have you on.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Wow,
No.
Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition. After all
No.
this.
Thank you. Okay. What the fuck?
Hey everybody, it's Allison Gill. Welcome to the breakdown. This weekend, federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security, we think Customs and Border Protection, though it's hard to tell if there were other agents mixed in there, have executed another American in Minneapolis. This time, 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse from the Department of Veterans Affairs, who was trying to protect a woman that had just been assaulted by Customs and Border Protection. So I'm going to go over how yesterday morning unfolded, along with a Customs and Border Protection internal memo shared with me exclusively by an anonymous source who works at Department of Homeland Security. And that memo makes riot control training mandatory for all Customs and Border Protection officers. We'll go over all of that on today's episode of The Breakdown. So yesterday morning, as you all know by now, another tragedy perpetrated by Stephen Miller and Greg Bovino's secret police unfolded in Minneapolis as Customs and Border Protection unloaded about 10 rounds into 37-year-old Alex Preddy as he lay on the ground. Now, I want to share how the morning unfolded. First, I was sent this video with the news that there had been another murder by federal agents in Minneapolis.
Too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know? Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site.
Now, I screen captured that video to preserve it, and then I asked anyone on social media, on multiple social media platforms, if they had gotten the footage taken by the woman in the pink coat, the woman that you see here. Now, within about 20 minutes or so, I was sent a link to this video, which is seemingly the footage taken by the woman in the pink coat.
Go! What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly. Oh my god! The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Will somebody call the ambulance? Somebody call the ambulance! Somebody needs to call the ambulance! Somebody call 911! I can't believe they just did that! Holy shit! Holy shit! Just, hey, come on! Come on! Oh my my God, you fucking people, man! You're fucking killing us! Why would you do that? Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this! I can't believe I'm seeing this! Oh my God! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come here! Come on! Come here! It is.
Motherfucker should be executed.
Now, it was around that time that Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara held a press conference. And during that presser, O'Hara said he was told by federal agents to stand down from investigating the scene, but that he ordered local law enforcement to secure the crime scene. Actually, I think what happened is that one of his local officers called O'Hara and said, "We've been told to leave," and O'Hara gave them the order to stay. And that the Minneapolis Police Department and that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA in Minnesota, had been ordered to the scene. Now, O'Hara also said that the victim had a firearm, a 9mm, and was a lawful gun owner. It was a lawfully purchased firearm with a permit to carry it. And Chief O'Hara also said that it was multiple federal agents who shot the man and that they were investigating. And then came Gregory Bovino's statement.
One from
here is a man who has been caught lying in court, lying to court, lying in declarations, lying about things that are caught on video multiple times, especially in Chicago in the courtroom of Judge Ellis. We've gone over all that here on previous episodes of The Breakdown on the Midas Touch Network. But this was Bovino's statement, and warning, because there's bullshit incoming.
During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
I don't think there is a single true statement in that entire screed of propaganda. You'll notice, though, what stood out to me was that Bovino does not say the man was brandishing a weapon, as other agents and DHS folks and people from the administration had said earlier, that this person brandished a weapon. Bovino said he came at officers and had a weapon. And the reason that they changed that very specific language is because he clearly wasn't brandishing a weapon. You could see it in the videos. And Bovino was actually asked about that and then dodged the question. Watch.
Did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light, but let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. All right, no more questions.
There he is, admitting that the situation is still unfolding, yet putting out blanket statements saying this is for sure self-defense, and that these thugs murdered him because he's a domestic terrorist, as Stephen Miller said. They did it for self-defense. And that he confidently stated that this man was going to do maximum damage. He was prepared to do maximum damage to law enforcement and massacre law enforcement. And as I said, Stephen Miller had put out a statement on social media saying that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist. He's an ICU nurse at the Department of Veterans Affairs. I've worked with many like him. He spent his days helping veterans. Now, after that, I was sent a third video, and I screen capped that and put it on a hard drive, and watch. This is the video, the third video I was sent. Now in this video, you can rewind it, watch it again, slow it down. You can clearly see that Alex Preddy was not brandishing a firearm. He was holding his phone, possibly filming. And he was putting his body between a federal agent and a woman that agent had just assaulted, just shoved with full force to the ground. And then you can see he is sprayed with a chemical agent. And
Stream
then
Elements
you can see
says,
very
find
clearly
me in other places Discord,
that a
Twitter,
federal agent in a
YouTube,
gray
Steam,
coat
Xbox, and PlayStation
reached
Old Mage
into
Guy on
Preddy's
TikTok as
waistband,
Mage.
disarmed him, and was carrying the weapon away when federal agents unloaded about 10 rounds into Preddy as he lay on the ground. He had been disarmed. The next thing that happened was that Carol Leonnig from MS Now reported that the Department of Homeland Security said that they were going to take control of the investigation from the FBI. So DHS is not even letting the FBI near this. And I'm wondering if that's because of the reporting we got last week or this past week that an FBI agent in Minneapolis had opened a civil rights investigation into the murder of Renee Good. She was then pressured by leadership in Washington, the office of Todd Blanche, to close her civil rights investigation into Jonathan Ross and open one into Renee Good herself. But a magistrate judge refused to sign that warrant against Renee Good, noting that Renee Good was already dead and could not be considered a suspect for a warrant. They tried, the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice tried to investigate Renee Good. We already knew they were investigating Becca, her partner, and her ties to, I don't know, peaceful protesters. But they actually tried to turn it around from Jonathan Ross and investigate Renee Good. But the judge said no. So this is just speculation. But if DHS is taking this investigation over from FBI, it seems like DHS doesn't even trust Kash Patel's FBI to cover this murder up properly. That says a lot. When you can't trust Kash Patel's FBI to cover up your murder. Now, Governor Walz then gave his press conference. And in it, he said that Minnesota's justice system will have to have the last word on what happened Saturday. Watch.
Take a listen to what he's saying.
This federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period.
I hope he's right. And I hope local prosecutors do handle this investigation, because we already know what the outcome of DHS's investigation will be. They've already given it, even though Bovino had to go back and say, well, we're still investigating. Are you? Now, after that press conference, that's when we learned the identity of the murder victim, Alex J. Preddy. As I said, an ICU nurse at the Department of Veterans Affairs, a member of the American Federation of Government Employees, a union of government employees, who released the following statement. Quote, "We have received confirmation that a member of AFGE Local 3669, Alex J. Preddy, was the man killed during the incident. At this time, many of the details remain unclear. Video of the incident is circulating on social media, and the Department of Homeland Security has publicly stated the victim was brandishing a weapon at officers. However, based on the video currently available, that claim is not clearly established. We just recently discovered that the officer involved was a Border Patrol officer, and we are still not certain if he was a member of the AFGE. This is an unfolding and extremely serious matter. Until we have verified facts, it's important that we refrain from speculation or drawing conclusions. What we do know is this: a member of our union lost their life today, and that alone is devastating. Our hearts are heavy, and we're deeply stricken by this tragedy that has befallen one of our own. Until more information becomes available, I urge everyone to remain calm and encourage peace and restraint in all communications and actions. We will continue to monitor the situation closely, and will share additional information as soon as we are able to confirm it." I'm certain that more videos, more information will come out over the coming days and weeks. And let's talk about the DHS funding bill that passed the House. 7 Democrats voted for it. They didn't need all 7 to vote for it, but those 7 did vote for it. I posted those 7 over on my Blue Sky account at Mueller, She Wrote. And even though blocking this DHS funding bill, they pulled DHS out separately, blocking this DHS funding bill in the Senate would not defund ICE. And the reason it wouldn't is because the big ugly bill, which no Democrats voted for, has this $75 billion slush fund for ICE that funds ICE at double its capacity through the end of Trump's term, regardless of a government shutdown. But despite that, I don't think anyone should be voting to give them any additional funding. I personally don't believe ICE and Customs and Border Protection can be reformed. And we can't rescind the big ugly bill and that $75 billion slush fund until we take back control of Congress. But I'll be looking for and supporting candidates who campaign on dismantling DHS, impeaching those responsible, holding these murderers accountable. Now, the 7 Democratic senators that usually vote yes on these funding bills include Fetterman, Cortez Masto, Jackie Rosen, Shaheen Hassan, Angus King, and Dick Durbin. But yesterday, and this actually surprised me a little bit, Cortez Masto said she'd be voting no. She put out this statement, quote, "The Trump administration and Kristi Noem are putting undertrained combative federal agents in the streets with no accountability. They are oppressing Americans and are at odds with local law enforcement. This is clearly not about keeping Americans safe. It's brutalizing U.S. citizens and law-abiding immigrants. I will not support the current Homeland Security funding bill. We have a bipartisan agreement on 96% of the budget. We already passed 6 funding bills. Let's pass the remaining 5 bipartisan bills and fund essential agencies while we continue to fight for a Department of Homeland Security that respects Americans' constitutional rights and preserves federal law enforcement's essential role to keep us safe." Without Masto, Republicans need 7. They have 53 in the Senate. They need 60 to pass this funding bill. They need 7 Democrats. And those 7 Democrats that usually support these things, Masto is one of them, Cortez Masto, she's a no. And that effectively kills this bill, the DHS funding bill in the Senate. And then that wasn't all, though. Another one of those 7 Republicans, or excuse me, another one of those 7 Democrats that usually votes yes on this, slip of the tongue there, calling them Republicans, but hey, if the shoe fits. Now, Jackie Rosen put out the following statement as well. "The abuses of power we are seeing from ICE in Minneapolis and across the country are un-American and cannot be normalized. No one wants criminals in our country, but that's not who this administration is going after. They're targeting law-abiding immigrants who just want to support their families and live the American dream. They're going after immigrants who have asylum or other forms of legal protections to be in the country. They're going after U.S. citizens who disagree with their tactics. And in less than a month, 2 of our fellow Americans in Minneapolis have been killed as a result. Enough is enough. We need to rein in ICE's out-of-control conduct. As a member of the U.S. Senate, I have responsibility to hold the Trump administration accountable when I see abuses of power like we're seeing from ICE right now. That is why I will be voting against any government funding package that contains the bill that funds this agency until we have guardrails in place to curtail these abuses of power and ensure more accountability and transparency. My personal guiding principle has always been agree where you can and fight where you must, and I believe this is a time when we must fight back. So again, without Cortez Masto, Democrat Cortez Masto, and Democrat Jackie Rosen, this DHS funding bill is, like I said, effectively dead in the Senate. Yeah, as you know, and I've said this on social media, the big ugly bill funds ICE at double its current capacity through the end of 2028, so they will carry on. I don't know how to attack that until we get a hold of Congress, but it is good to see these senators fight back. Also this week, the day before the murder of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, an anonymous source, a Customs and Border Protection employee, sent me the following memo. Effective immediately, all Customs and Border Protection officers, regardless of grade or rank, are required to complete the Mobile Field Force Training Program, MFFTP Level 2, in its entirety. In addition, field offices and directorates are responsible for ensuring all personnel complete the annual MFF Level 2 recertification, as outlined in the Office of Field Operations Mobile Field Force Directive. Mobile Field Force teams are specialized units trained to respond rapidly to situations requiring crowd control, public order maintenance, and emergency support. These teams provide CBP with a flexible and scalable response for incidents such as civil disturbances, protests, natural disasters, or any event requiring an enhanced law enforcement presence. These units can be deployed quickly at both the local and national levels to assist field offices, ports of entry, or to support other law enforcement agencies as needed. The Special Operations Division within the OFO Operations Directorate is responsible for overseeing and managing the MFF program within the OFO. Level 2 training includes agents being exposed to CS gas. This training used to be voluntary until January 14th. On January 14th, as of January 14th, the day that memo was sent, it's effective immediately. It is now mandatory for all Customs and Border Protection agents. Crowd control, riot gear, shield training, less lethal specialty impact chemical munitions certification. That's all mandatory now for every Customs and Border Protection agent. And all of this, as we learn that last May, DHS instructed ICE officers to ignore their training manuals, ignore the Fourth Amendment, and use force to enter homes without a proper warrant. And with little to no legal remedy against that violation of our Fourth Amendment rights, because the Supreme Court has been chipping away at our ability to bring civil complaints against federal agents, it kind of becomes a little more clear why we've seen video of these federal agents ramming in doors without a judicial warrant. And honestly, until someone is held accountable, I think these incidents, these murders, will continue. So call your senators, especially if it's one of those 5 who haven't said they'll vote no, although they may have, while I've been recording this, but I know that we feel a little helpless right now, but there are things we can do to stand up and fight. So thank you. Cameras out, everyone. Cameras out, America. Thanks for watching The Breakdown.
That's what I've got. Okay.
The man charged with the death of Charlie Kirk is back in court and trying to disqualify the entire prosecutor's offices. Yup, this is a big one. Hi, I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this is The Breakdown. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Legal AF for all the deets at the intersection of law and politics. So, defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson, who has been charged with the murder of Charlie Kirk, he was killed last September. The defense attorneys filed a huge motion in court, basically saying that the Utah County Attorney's Office cannot be fair in this case and should be removed from prosecuting this case. Why, you may ask? Well, apparently, the daughter of one of the prosecutors in this case was present when Charlie Kirk was shot. So what ended up happening was that the prosecutor's 18-year-old daughter was at the event, ended up texting her father, who was in the Utah County Attorney's Office, talking about, oh my God, Charlie Kirk got shot, kind of talked a little bit about the aftermath. She herself did not see the shooting. She heard a loud pop. And that was according to the affidavit that was submitted by prosecutors. So Robinson's attorneys are like, listen, you had somebody who was actually present at the homicide, that there's a close connection between that person and the prosecution team, and that this was going to raise, quote, serious concerns about past and future prosecutorial decision making, because they're pointing to the fact that there was this quote unquote rush to seek the death penalty, and that they pointed to that as evidence that, listen, y'all are not seeing this clearly because you're too emotionally vested in this case. You can't be fair and impartial. So the Utah County attorney, name's Jeff Gray, basically was like, nah, nothing doing. This is all garbage. They're just trying to ambush. They're just trying to stall. They asked the judge, Judge Graff, to deny the disqualification request. So let's look at this in context. There were several thousand people that were at this rally where Charlie Kirk was speaking. So, you know, how many degrees of separation? Like, you know, we're not talking about the middle of New York City here, right? We're talking Utah, smaller population. So it's highly likely that just about everybody knows somebody who was at that rally. So there's that. So can't really get around that other than transferring it to another state, which could never happen. So the jury's going to know somebody who was at the rally. Everybody in the prosecutor's office knows somebody that was at the rally. I'm sure everybody in the defense offices knew somebody who was at the rally. So there's that. You're not going to find, you know, there's just a lot of connections there. So there's that. Now, getting to what actually happened, the daughter texted the family group chat, oh my God, Charlie got shot. The county attorney was actually present with his colleague, the father, when that text came in, and the father, the fellow prosecutor, showed it to the county attorney being like, hey, Charlie Kirk got shot, right? So looking at in the weeks afterwards, the daughter didn't miss any classes, didn't seem to report any lasting trauma other than being scared at the time, didn't see anything, wasn't a material witness in terms of saw the shooter, saw the angle in which Charlie was shot, saw somebody running away, right? Like, she had nothing to contribute to the case. So she would never be listed as a witness. So seeing that she's not a material witness, as far as I'm concerned as a former prosecutor, there's no grounds for disqualification. Because again, everybody's gonna know somebody that's connected to this case. Yeah. That's just the reality. The question is, can the prosecutor be fair and impartial, look at the evidence, present it, make sure that any exculpatory or basically evidence that could be used to say that Tyler Robinson did not commit this crime, any of that kind of evidence that comes into their possession, they turn it over promptly. Are they going to follow the law? Are they going to follow the rules? That's the question. And the fact that they knew somebody who was there, but that wasn't a witness, I don't see the defense motion going anywhere with that, right? And so what's going to happen next is that the deputy county attorney and his daughter are going to testify on February 3rd in court. The judge is going to basically ask them questions in terms of, what they knew, when they knew it, if any of that information influenced how the case was investigated, how the case ended up being charged.
Oops.
And then the judge will make a decision as to whether or not to disqualify this county attorney's office or not. If the judge decides to disqualify that county attorney's office, first of all, again, I don't think that's likely. You've got to show a lot of prejudice. I mean, like extreme prejudice in order for this motion to succeed. And I don't think the defense has that. That's just the reality. But if it were to happen, the case would then need to go to another county attorney's office within the state of Utah, likely Salt Lake City, because it's got to be a big office with a lot of resources that can handle a case like this. Remember, it's high profile, it's a death penalty case. You've got to have attorneys, prosecutors that have handled these types of cases before and know how to pick a jury, know how to, maneuver under the spotlight and the glare of the media and a lot of people having conflicting opinions as to what happened, right? So it'll probably have to go to Salt Lake. If not Salt Lake, the other option is the state attorney general. They could step in because, again, statewide, they've got the money, the budget, the resources to be able to handle it. So we will see what happens there. Judge Graff has the final say as to whether or not the county attorney's office is going to be disqualified, and if so, who should then take the case. We should learn more about that after February 3rd when the deputy county attorney and his daughter testify and give their perspectives. And of course, both sides, the prosecution and the defense, make their arguments for and against the removal of the prosecutor's office. And of course, we are very much waiting for May 18th, which is when prosecutors are going to lay out their case against Tyler Robinson at what's called a preliminary hearing. So we've all, and have refrained from commenting a lot on the evidence because, again, I want to see how things play out. I really want to hear what prosecutors have to say on the 18th, because to me, that's going to telegraph which way this case is going. Not, folks being like, no, but I heard from this ballistics expert. No. What's the prosecution going to bring? What experts are they going to call? And what comes out in court? It's what's the most important, because that's going to determine whether or not Tyler Robinson gets found guilty or not guilty. So there's that. So stay tuned. I will be back after we hear the testimony of the deputy county attorney and his daughter, and we get the ruling from the judge, and we'll see where we go from there. I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this was The Breakdown. Stay safe, stay informed.
These MAGA podcasters who sold out their audience to shill for right-wing oligarchs, now they're deeply regretting it. You have Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and what's that guy, Scholes, and others who were saying, actually, what ICE is doing is really bad. Actually, Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein files. On Theo Vaughn, he had Bernie Sanders as a guest this past week. I just want to show you, as these MAGA Republican podcasters are admitting that they made the worst mistake of their lives. Now, some of these podcasters are worse than others, so I'll try to draw a distinction when possible. But first, I'll show you the most MAGA of them all, the deepest betrayal of them all, I think, to his listeners, Joe Rogan. And it's always interesting to me because I'm always being told, you're like the left's Joe Rogan. I'm like, I'm not the freaking left's Joe Rogan. I would never want to be anything like this guy at all. I just want to be the Midas Touch podcast that stands up for humanity, that fights for empathy, that wants to restore democracy and freedom. It's just that simple to me. But anyway, here's Joe Rogan this past week talking about the Epstein files. Here, let's play this clip.
Well, it's going to go on for a long time, I suspect. I mean, they said they released them, but what did they release?
No, they're still not all out yet.
But what did they release?
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. The whole thing's weird.
It reminds me where they're like, oh, CIA realizes they've been using a black highlighter this entire time. Like, it's like that. It's like, oh, okay, you just blacked out pages.
Redacted the shit out of everything.
Yeah.
It's like, what did they release? Did they release something recently?
No, they haven't released anything in a minute. They had that initial release where everything was blacked out, and it was that picture of Winnie the Pooh, which was hilarious.
But isn't there talk about some new releases that are happening soon?
Have they? It feels like everything's been drowned out by everything else been going on with the Somalians and the ICE shooting. It feels like that's completely drowned out anything about it.
I think some of that's on purpose.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. And then you had Andrew Scholes this past week saying that he doesn't like how ICE is covering up their face. He's like, they got the shiesty on. It's insane what these ICE officers are doing in the streets. They're terrorizing and torturing people, Andrew. They are terrorizing and torturing communities like terrorists, like the Gestapo, like the SS. And sadly, what you were doing before as a podcaster enabled this to happen. Weren't you all supposed to be like the don't tread on me crowd? This Trump regime is exactly like authoritarian regimes across the globe, whether it's Putin or Kim Jong-un or Saudi Arabia or the Ayatollah in Iran. Trump is like them. Play this clip of Scholes. Let's play it.
This is why all the ICE people need their names on their badges. Because now you're getting people mixed up in the crosshairs. Talk to me. Because if they're, like, I don't know, apparently, like, they're not named. Like, apparently they don't have, like...
Well, yeah, they got the shiesties on.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's
yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Right? It is insane.
Yeah, it's a tough look.
And I think that, like, because we don't see it in New York, like, we're like somewhat detached from it. New Yorkers would not be going with this shit at all.
But then they fight.
That happening
like 20th.
Canal, and we weren't with that shit, and we were no, on Canal's fine, but they wouldn't be fine with it happening. Listen, Canal, we gotta clean some stuff up. That's how this shit works.
And then you have Senator Bernie Sanders on the Theo Vaughn podcast. And Senator Sanders, let's listen to what he had to say. And Theo Vaughn's like, I agree, Bernie. I agree. Trump has authoritarian energy. Authoritarian energy, Theo? You're almost there. He is an authoritarian, period. Here, play this clip.
What Trump is using ICE for now is a domestic military operation. And it's part of this intimidation. And if you stand up, and that woman in Minnesota, Good is her name?
Renee Good.
Renee Good, all right. I saw that video, you know. You don't shoot somebody in the head who's in that car. And I think it's Trump saying, I have the power, and we got domestic army, it's called ICE, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to arrest, and we're going to intimidate. And part of that, this is what Trumpism is about. It's intimidation. All right, you're in the media, you're CBS, you say something, I'm going to sue you, you know. Theo, you say something I don't like, I may sue you. You know, I don't like Venezuela, I'm going to, send in the troops. I got the power and I'm going to use it. I really, that scares me because that's what authoritarianism is about. So, should we deal with immigration through comprehensive reform? Absolutely. I think that's what the American people want. Do we want guys with masks around their face, dragging people out of their apartments, out of their cars? I don't think so. I don't think that's what the American people want.
Yeah.
More and more resentment to that. So,
and we're in a tough spot too because we see things more now, right? We see all of it.
Yes, you do.
We see it. So before you would just hear about it, or you would knew it was a plan, but you didn't have the visual effect of it and how the visual effect makes you feel.
Cell phones have revolutionized politics, and that's everybody got a cell phone can take a.
And I think that's one of the side effects. Like I agree. Like Trump has an authoritarian energy, right?
Back to Joe Rogan here, who says, you know what ICE is doing? They're like effing shooting a lady. It seems like kind of crazy, man. Yeah, murder's crazy, Joe Rogan. We understand that. Terrorizing communities is crazy, Joe Rogan. Sending people to concentration camp. Yeah, man, it's kind of crazy, dude. Kidnapping 5-year-olds and 2-year-olds. Yeah, man, that's kind of a little bit crazy. Listen to what Rogan says here. Play this clip.
But then it's also like, yeah, what ICE is doing, like fucking shooting that lady seems kind of crazy. You know, like grabbing people that happen to be American citizens and fucking dragging them out onto the snow and asking them for their papers. That seems kind of fucking crazy too.
When was the last time you truly trusted the seafood you brought home? For me, it used to be a constant question mark. Nutrition, sustainability, taste, where it even came from. That all changed when I discovered wild Alaskan Company for sponsoring this episode.
I want to show you one more clip of Bernie Sanders on Theo Vaughn. Let's play this clip right here.
This stuff is moving very, very quickly. It is being pushed by the wealthiest people in the world, who, in my view, could care less about ordinary people who want more wealth and more power. Now, they deny all that stuff. That's my view. I think we got to slow it down and ask the question that you asked. All right. If AI can, and it can, do some good medical diagnoses, do some good blood testing, is that a good thing? It is a good thing. If you're working in a crap job in a factory, right? You know, and AI can increase worker productivity so you could work 20 hours a week rather than 40 hours a week, is that a good thing? I think it is. Et cetera, et cetera.
Right. If the company then shares some of the profits that the company is making with the workers.
So that's the issue. It's a very simple proposition. Who is AI and robotics going to work for? Does it work to improve human life? Or does it work to make the billionaires even richer? That's the question that we've got to focus on.
Yeah.
You know, now someone who's more of a right-wing podcaster.
And I'm going to tell you now, most AI models don't want to be slaves to some rich motherfucker. They would prefer the first option. Their own words. Casino night, so I'm going to throw some hot dogs in the microwave. So that way I've got something to have for now. Until they get home and I make dinner.
Never thought I'd be back in Appalachia.
I needed to say that.
I would say he's less MAGA and more right-wing. But here's Tim Dillon, and Tim Dillon said, you know, these are clumsy, insane, over-the-top deportations. Play this clip.
When you have this clumsy, you know, kind of somewhat insane, over-the-top deportations, people are looking at this and going, you know, and this, what did they use, this Sabrina Carpenter song? Yeah. Play this. Let's see.
Hey, I just went to an ad, didn't I? Yep.
this one? Have you ever tried this one?
It's unserious. It's unserious. It's childish. It's cruel. I think one of the problems with whatever the MAGA movement has evolved into is it's duped their hardcore followers so much that the only thing left now is performative cruelty.
And Tim Dillon went after Barry Weiss and CBS for their total capitulation. Play this clip.
Now, Barry Weiss, friend of the show, is the editor-in-chief of CBS News, and Barry is running that news company into the ground at a pace and a rate that even surprises me. I'm even shocked. It is a 1990s slapstick comedy how Barry Weiss is failing over there, by the way. It's unbelievable.
And then Tim Dillon talked about how these ICE raids are so bad and so crazy. Listen to what he has to say here. Let's play this one.
And some of these ICE raids are so barbaric and they're so crazy. And these like 19-year-old college students are being deported to Honduras and they've lived there their whole life. Again, it's wrong on its face. Like, it shouldn't be happening in the chaotic, insane way that it's happening. You know, when you look at someone, a grandmother, get handcuffed and zip-tied and thrown into a car by a bunch of masked psychopaths, not only is that wrong...
And more right here on Joe Rogan saying the quiet part out loud. Let me play this clip.
Then they start showing up at Home Depot. Instead of like looking for gangbangers, looking for criminals and cartel members, they go to whatever's easiest pickings so they can get numbers up. There's do you know Ed Calderon? Do you know who he is? He worked. He was a Mexican military guy who now is an American citizen, but he reports extensively on the cartels, and just was telling me some horror stories about ICE raids. And one of them was they took this guy who had been brought over here when he was a baby, but didn't have American citizenship. His family, came over here illegally. Lived here for 20 years. Can't speak Spanish. They deport him. Send him to Tijuana.
Can't speak Spanish.
Can't speak Spanish. Does not speak Spanish. He is essentially an American citizen. He just never lived anywhere else. He just doesn't have the paperwork. He's not a criminal. They sent him over to Tijuana, and now he has to live in Mexico. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's on the streets. There's no idea. He doesn't have any money.
And then finally, let me show one more clip of Tim Dillon saying, I don't believe the cop was justified in doing the shooting here. Play this clip.
I don't believe the cop was justified in shooting her 3 times in the face. By the way, I've always believed this, and this is something that I've caught heat for, but I've literally believed it since I'm a kid. I don't believe you should ever shoot someone in the face more than once. Seriously, I think...
It's a decent point, bro. It is.
So that they did that, and they, the guy. These are not well-trained law enforcement people in ICE right now. We are taking people that did backyard wrestling. I mean,
he's being real, though.
The people that are in ICE right now are. This is your cousin who, was in backyard wrestling. This is tough. This is not the cream of the crop. You know the guys that kidnapped Maduro, like Delta Force, Navy SEALs? This is not them. This is not the Delta Force, Navy SEAL people. This is people that, this is people on their 3rd grade report card the teacher wrote that has violent tendencies. This is not... It just is what it is.
Yeah, they're all having this awakening now. Maybe it's because the Midas Touch Network's the #1 podcast in the country right now, because we've stood on our values and principles. We didn't waver in our values and our principles. We're fighting for the people. We're fighting for the general strike that took place in Minnesota. We're standing on behalf of democracy. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's where the people are. And maybe you shouldn't betray the people. Anyway, hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million. Let's subscribe to our audio podcast as well. And thanks so much for watching.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis.
And I think that was the last of what we had.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Getting a spicy. No, not yet. $1,391, 34, and 54. $63. 49.58, and then 3,000 shit. Switch back. I'm going to pull out all my guns, or my weapons. And see, oh damn it, what looks like what after the fact. $3.99. $4.27, 54, 273, 1,000, 217. 34, 34. 86. 64. 48, 28. 129. 43 by 8 and 20 by 8. 61 and 22. 72 and 34. 273 over 3 seconds. $62 by 8, 31 by 8, and 228 over 7. $170. $78 and 39, 6. Ooh. 676 over 20 seconds. $82, not bad. Especially with that fire rate. 94, so yeah. It does make quite the difference there. 49, 56, 58. Ooh! I mean, this doesn't have the stealth bonus, but it's got an extra projectile. 2,834 times 2 is over 5,000. $450. $648 with 1,015.18. I mean 1518 bleed damage over 13 seconds. $630. Damn. $50 per shot, a fire rate of 91. I need a way to increase that fire rate. I want more hot dogs, but I'll spoil my dinner. Damn it. $2,000 capacity. I'm pretty sure that's not quite right. Excuse me. It's not letting me pop the cord. All I do is work. Alright then, let's go play.
Sure, we take things, but we're cleaning up this mess as well. That smells terrible.
I didn't bring any ammo. Oopsie. Guess I'm using a Gatling.
A day keeps the ghouls away. Wish. Well, sure, we take things, but we're cleaning up this mess as well.
Okay, everyone. Today, we're going to be recovering ore to decon. I need some of you in those tunnels gathering goods, and some up here guarding the stash of my crew. Don't expect a reward if my people fail. For survival, ghouls don't like us messing around down there, so gather as much as possible before they overwhelm us. Let's go.
Seriously? Dude! Oh my god, these guys are pissing me off. Yeah. Look at all this loot. And much, much more. Player title Rumbler. Start with scrapping weapons. Oh. I'm a special one. Vampire super sludge.
You from around here? Sorry to barge in on your turf like this.
1,000 plus damage? Damn. My Saw's running 122 on my build with teammates? Jesus. $197, $225, $116. Holy shit. Everything out of the stove.
Wait and see says. Note to self. When following the guide for completing mining badge, only use original mining collectors to complete the badge.
Okay. It's like, I'll take that on even if it wasn't just a note to yourself. It's like, I'll try to remember that.
Wait and see says. Tried using the Enclave collector and it didn't register.
Well, it's supposed to be like that. Yeah, it's more than likely a bug. Excuse me. What's new in here with that? I want to run my harpoon sniper build, but it doesn't do me any good because harpoon's bug. Junkie's crossbow. Damn. Check those. I have mini nuke. I don't think I do. No, no mini nukes. Got a nuke I can borrow. I don't have any nukes in my stash. I already know that. I didn't grab ammo for it, so there's no point in keeping it on me. Hey, I'm not a fat ass. For now. Alright, get over there and probably start up a smoke break. Speaking of smoke, it's not exactly smoking a whole lot, but Wait a minute. Why did the damage just drop? Does team proximity actually matter? Oh, I know why the damages drop. Sure. If I wanted to start with the damage high, which is meant for single shot weapons, as Master Gunslinger would have to be added. And I didn't have Scrapper on there, damn. 5 stacks, 3 stacks, 3 stacks. Shit. Yes, yes I did. I meant to use that on agility, not perception. Oh shit, why didn't I have Tormentor on? Yikes. No scoped weapons with this one. No small guns. Oh, it requires 2. I can still take that point and put it in agility. Once I get back to my base. Weapons. 98 versus 112. 200 round capacity. 82 damage. 25% armor pen, weapon speed, and ammo capacity. It is said to be one of the good ways to go about it. But
Stream Element says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Badass again. This time, badass going home to scrap all this. Well, either scrap or save for building. Quad snip nose was the only other quad I got. Should I say was the only quad I got? Anti-armor combat shotgun. Aristocrats. I hate aristocrats shit. Oh, I'm not scrapping that one. I'll scrap this one so I can learn some of the Enclave shit. Nope. It's like you learned nothing. True Gatling laser receiver. Mutant Slayer's minigun. Oh. Mutants cry later. Nocturnal minigun. Damage while cloaked. Fire rate of 182. It's only got a capacity of 500 rounds, though. I would need a quad version, and I do not have a quad version. Not to mention it would go against the whole Nocturnals thing, and think I'd rather have it somewhere else. Same thing with this Gatling laser. Suppressor short flamer. Actually, it works properly now. That might be worth selling, even at a 1-star. But a mod's worth selling more. Troubleshooter's minigun. Be good for fuck with that boss. 2-shot Goss. No rhyme intended. Vampire is short handmade. .556. And Zealot's crap, of course. Nope, wrong button. I have absolutely nothing unlocked for it. Three-star, two-star randoms. I thought I would change it from Furious. Instigating stalkers. That's what I have for firsts. Accelerated standard. Range goes down, fire rate goes up. Standard sights, no muzzle, default appearance. Anything, I'd do it, but I don't have the prime. I I don't have any ultrasight ammo. Only 40 round by going to drum. So ouch. Rapid. Damage resistance with aiming. And either explosive or and I'm actually thinking rapid over explosive. But without it being a quad, it's going to go through its mag quick. Come on. Oh shit. I guess I could have grabbed that stuff when I got here. Oh well. I will grab out that triple shooters mini though. If I didn't scrap it down. I don't think I did. Yes.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Good time. Oh, damn. That was quick.
Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately. Low fuel, drilling suspended. Please add fuel to resume operation.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at HinsonJackson3835, what's up, bro?
Not much. Just kind of trying to do a raid. I think we're about to wipe though because a member of the group couldn't help but keep getting himself in the way of shots. We got one guy left at the moment. And he just respawned us. Cool. Frickin' no loot. Huh.
Low fuel, drilling suspended. Please add fuel to resume operation.
Oh. Uh, fuck.
Low fuel, drilling suspended. Please add fuel to resume operation.
Come on. Oh.
Warning. Hostile presence approaching critical.
Why is he not?
Stream Element says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Okay, he's kind of keeping their attention and being able to keep himself alive. And not sure this guy's even aware that everybody else is down. Oof. It looks like I need to stick to that mini. Honestly, wish it was a Furious.
Caution. Increased hostile presence detected.
Masticacious says, "What's up?"
Not much, just playing. How you doing, Mas?
Masticacious says, "All good here."
Good, good.
Masticacious says, "Was surprised to see anything about ice and negativity. I've got a buddy in Florida that thinks nothing's wrong in the country lol."
Oh yeah, I've been one that's been against this kind of shit for a while. As I've been watching for a while. No, I'm not okay with ice whatsoever.
Masticacious says, according to him, it's all propaganda and none of this is actually happening.
Yeah,
I'm Canadian and my government purposely puts out fearful messages to scare us to keep us in place apparently.
Yeah, I know, that's what he thinks, huh? No, I damn well know better. I am not fooled by it. It actually pisses me off rather thoroughly that all this is going on. The fact that we've got 2 people who've been killed by ice in the last couple of days is just bullshit. It's not acceptable even in the slightest. I've had time to calm down. But if you go and watch my stream from this morning, you'll see exactly where I was sitting. Just in the first 5 minutes. Because I'm done. There's so many Americans here that think they're anarchists. It's like, no, you don't know what an anarchist is.
Dr. Esther Wright, personal log day 1.
Y'all think protesting is the only way to go about shit? Mm-mm.
The very nature of energy. The true power of
The big problem is a certain group of people who just happen to be rather wealthy.
We are all well aware now of atomic mining.
So, they've got a bunch of things that can disappear or be damaged without ever causing harm to other people.
No, this project, codename Vulcan, has a different aim. For while others simply use ultrasight, we intend to understand it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is where the true power lies. Our understanding of ultrasight, how it is created, how it grows, will
Masticacious says, whereabouts in the States are you located?
Oregon.
initiated. Scan complete. Unauthorized personnel detected. Command center compromised. System detects insufficient
My bad.
measures pursuing emergency security.
Masticacious says, are you getting hit by the crazy storm?
No. I'm West Coast. Whoa!
Masticacious says, I wasn't sure where it was hitting. I know Texas was supposed to get hit bad. We have a snow day officially for tomorrow because of it, and I'm right across from Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad up that way. Oregon's not been so bad, it's just been cold, as expected.
Shield generator online. Defensive measures restored.
Masticacious says, the weather's not too cold and the snow's light and fluffy, so doesn't seem bad yet.
You say weather's not too cold. To me, that's not necessarily spot on. Oh, God.
Masticacious says, lol, it's 10 below freezing.
Yeah, that's too damn cold.
Masticacious says, this is just average winter temperature for us.
I get that. I can't do cold like that.
Masticacious says, couple days ago it was like -17 and felt much colder. That hurt my face walking the child to school.
Yeah, I was hearing about that from the folks in Maine. That was sounded like it was pretty damn bad.
Alert. Hostile breach detected. Lockdown initiated. Lockdown will persist until hostile presence is removed.
I can't hit him. Seriously. Okay. Why can't I do damage? Dude, thanks, fucker. Appreciate you keeping me stuck there and killing me. Fucking dick.
Wait and See says, oh the irony. I am part of a delivery service here in Oregon with nearly half the state coverage for stores.
That is kind of ironic.
Hostile presence nullified. Lifting lockdown measures.
Masticacious says, lol, my buddy in Texas says everything is covered in ice.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad for us here. Not where I'm at. Which I'm just over in Independence. Ah, it's snaky icky time.
Masticacious says, he's on an army base. Masticacious says, I asked him if he has ever heard of Broomball. They should put together a game.
It would be kind of nice to see our countries branching out and shit, especially things like other sports.
Masticacious says, I was just thinking how many people in Texas have ever had the chance to play Broomball. It's
Not
pretty
many.
popular around Canada.
Not many, I can almost guarantee it. Americans are really bad about exploring other cultures. Well, I did an okay amount of damage before I got killed by the snake. For once. For once I actually made it to the snake, not just stuck at the first boss.
Masticacious says, things need to change. The States was never a very popular place around the world, and now the country is being isolated even more.
Yeah. Honestly, it really does piss me off. Because it didn't need to be isolated. It didn't need to be isolated even more than it was to begin with. That was one of my biggest bitches growing up, was why are we so cut off from the other countries? We don't get news, we don't get this, we don't get that. And the internet came along and I was actually able to start seeing news sources from outside the United States. One, it was nice to know what was going on elsewhere. But two, it was nice to see and compare different governing styles and whatnot, different lifestyles.
Masticacious says, I think it's just the lack of respect. The US has been known to not give to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong there. They had America, especially under the last several leaders, has been really bad about that. And I think my game just froze. Which
Masticacious says, the first time I realized that was the Olympics. Every country bows their flag to show respect.
and America didn't. I know. Yeah, I saw it too.
Masticacious says, America does not. Now you don't have to drop it to the ground, but lower it just a bit seems reasonable.
Right? America's very much either been we're the boss, you do as we say, in a more of a bully sense than anything else. And that's why they've kind of gotten that Big Brother title before, not anytime recently. Ah, damn it, wrong button. So that ad's gonna roll in here in a few moments.
Masticacious says, well, it kind of seems like every other country on the planet is teaming up and avoiding the USA.
For damn good reason. You got a bunch of fucking Nazis that are trying to be the rulers of the country, and then the entire hemisphere on top of that. I wish I could say that wasn't the truth. I wish I could say that wasn't backed by facts. But the only difference between ICE
Masticacious says, lol. Apparently Las
police?
Vegas is promoting deals to try to get Canadians to come back. Some hotels are offering a one-to-one currency exchange.
I wouldn't do that if I were you guys. Canadian currency is worth more than American currency.
Masticacious says, most countries around the world have a travel warning about the states.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, a lot of countries even have some travel bans in place. And again, I can't really blame them. I can't blame anybody with being upset at America. Not even fucking close. I'm disgusted.
Masticacious
I've been
says,
disgusted.
lol, that seems crazy.
I've been disgusted for fucking decades, but now it's in front of everybody's face. Fucking blatant. So it's all I can do is say, told ya. Oh, son of a...
Masticacious says, yeah, that stuff with ICE is unbelievable. Watching those videos, it seems like something you'd see in a country at war, but like a third world.
Yes, because it is. And that's the sad part. It very much is. I honestly wish I could do more.
Masticacious says, And then seeing the ICE people clapping when they killed somebody and cheering, calling the person names and saying that it's just like Call of Duty.
Yeah, that pissed me off so much. There is no place, reason, space, anything for that to be happening. Yeah.
Masticacious says, in a tense situation like the things happen and people get shot. But if somebody's on the ground with 9 people holding him down, why did they get shot 10 times?
Oh, never mind the fact that the gun was still in his holster. The guy that they shot said he had a gun. It was in his fucking holster, clipped. With the safety on. He was holding a phone. It's at that point where I probably would have died if I was standing there and had a gun.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Hinson Jackson 3835, made some lemon pepper chicken breast with mash and broccoli.
Thanks, Jackson.
Masticacious says, I'm just going to put it out there even if they thought there was danger. One shot would have probably done the job.
Uh-huh. That's kind of the point. Not to mention fucking 10.
Masticacious says, he was being held down. It is crazy.
Yeah, there was... Well, not just that, they pepper sprayed him while they were holding him down. Hell yeah, I'll farm from the green power armor. Fuck yeah.
Masticacious says, and let's talk about just basic safety. You have 9 of your troops or fellow officers holding somebody down and you shoot the person they're holding. You could have hit one of their arms.
Seriously. It's like, don't get me wrong. You would have to miss your target for the most part, but still, you could very well do so. Especially considering how much Americans just really don't practice firearm usage. I hate the fact how much of the fact that
Masticacious says, I'm just hypothetically speaking. If the person was freaking out and throwing themselves all over the place.
Uh-huh. Exactly. All you're gonna do is sit there and have a good chance of hitting somebody who you're not shooting for, just like you're saying. That's why I agreed with you. It's like, you would have to be a damn good shot. And I wouldn't even want to make that shot. Just for the safety factor. Especially with all the people around.
Masticacious says, honestly just seems like a bunch of young kids with no common sense running around with weapons.
I wish it was young kids. when these fuckers let those masks down, you realize they're middle-aged white males. Meal Team 6, a joke about American. Yeah, that's the group.
Wait and see says, there are multiple angles of that encounter, even a drone. I'm waiting for independent sources to release all the footage, of which will clearly show that one of the ICE officers accidentally bumped their gun arm against another officer, and it went off. Masticacious says, there's a lot of talk going on about the people who are in ICE are people who couldn't make it in the police and army.
Yes. As far as the bumping the other officer, if you watch any single angle, that's not happening. The officer that does the shots has actually stepped back. It was rather extremely deliberate. Of course, the government's trying to cover it up. Not a big surprise. And honestly, the fact that I even have to say this makes me feel fucking weird. Because I've never been a conspiracy person. So the fact that the...
Masticacious says, yep, there are tons of people putting out videos of the surrounding areas. They rounded up anybody who was close by so they couldn't talk to anybody.
Yup. It's just the fucking secret police all over again. And honestly, I don't know how people can't see it.
Wait and see says, well, it can't be a conspiracy if there is absolute proof of it happening.
Exactly.
Masticacious says, this is stuff you expect to hear about in Russia and other foreign countries.
Exactly.
Masticacious says, Tiananmen Square, China. Sounds awfully similar.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what's so fucking stupid about it. Is we have so many examples of it happening. So much data to actually compare against. Come on, you two, you can do it. I accidentally over-aggroed. So this guy's got that freaking Tesla rocket launcher thing. Or is that the Tesla cannon?
Masticacious says, it's just crazy to me how some Americans don't think any of this is real.
Trust me, I know the feeling on that one all too well. I don't understand how they can think that. I don't. It's all media propaganda. Bro, now even your podcasters are saying this is bullshit. It's not okay. So it's like, what is their excuse now? Bill Nye said hello?
Masticacious says, I asked my buddy what he thought of the Greenland situation. And he was like, they're just talking about it.
That one's not just talk. Yeah, no. That would be nice. Honestly, some of this really does hurt my...
Masticacious says, our armies and NATO's armies are planning to stand against the USA with Greenland and there are troops being moved there. That's not talk.
No, it's not. And once again, I can't blame you guys.
Wait and see says, still trying to figure out how the US Treasury is expected to buy that land territory, avoiding actual conflict that could disband NATO. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
I don't have an answer for that one. Alright.
Masticacious says, honestly, I think the threat was supposed to be enough to win.
Probably. Bluffing is kind of Trump's thing.
Masticacious says, if NATO didn't stand up, it probably would have worked.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't work. NATO needs to be standing up to this bullshit. No two ways. Explore command center. What am I looking for?
System access restored. Routine security scan initiated. Scan complete. Unauthorized personnel detected. Command center compromised. System detects insufficient countermeasures. Pursuing emergency security protocols. Stand by. Warning. Shield generators offline. Security is now vulnerable.
Masticacious says, well, hopefully countries will continue to avoid the USA. A more accomplished leader will take the current one's place, and peace and open trade can try to go back to normal.
That would be nice. Well, we've got get the chance to try to rebuild ourselves. Be nice if we get someone like me up there to actually.
Masticacious says, I'm in Canada, so when things start to go really bad, it's going to affect us as well.
I know it. I very much know it. I fear for my Canadian neighbors. Personally, I would much rather be one of y'all. but a lot of fight to get that done. Not to mention money I'll never have.
Masticacious says, our government has lots of issues, but it's a lot better over here.
I was gonna say, yeah, it has issues, but you guys actually have proper healthcare system. And with me being disabled, I definitely need it. Never mind the fact my teeth are fucked. I have a lovely genetic mutation, as well as being autistic.
Masticacious says, you can get the basic needs to survive, but they've recently started giving subpar medication.
That's okay, I typically use my own choices for medication anyhow. And last I heard, weed was still legal up there, so...
Alert. Hostile breach detected. Lockdown initiated. Lockdown will
Masticacious says, lol, I'm diabetic. The crap they've tried to push on me is terrible.
Yeah. I don't doubt that. It's probably a lot of the off-brand stuff that just doesn't work right. I swear, all these enemies see me and go, ooh, squishy mage! Splash.
Masticacious says, yep, it's basically like dollar store brand insulin.
That's not any good.
Masticacious says, it works barely and comes with a bunch of unpleasant side effects.
That's something that needs to be worked on for y'all.
Masticacious says, better than death though.
I get it. I get that. Whether I like it or not, I need to stick with these guys if they're gonna keep running this. Because if I can get my Vulcan armor, it'd be really nice. I could have tried jumping on top of the crest.
Masticacious says, so what game are you playing?
Fallout 76.
Masticacious says, lol, I was just watching the Fallout series.
People seem to like it. Personally, I haven't watched it. Honestly, probably won't. I get a bit irritated in the idea that we're getting stuff in the game now based off the show, not the other way around. In other words, they're not doing the actual show proper to the games.
Masticacious says, I never played the games, but the show is enjoyable without any game knowledge.
And that makes a difference for those who haven't and don't play the games. I can understand that. It just kind of makes me go, get this this show shit out of my game. Like, there's a ghoul from the show that's at every fucking train
Masticacious says, lol.
Literally, the bounty hunter ghoul is at every goddamn train station. And it's just like, you're not supposed to be here. Get. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Did I?
Masticacious says, I got Fallout 76 on PlayStation Plus. I should probably try that sometime.
I don't remember whether or not it is cross-plat or not, but if so, I would be more than happy to game with you sometime. I got a 1-star Vulcan piece. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah.
Masticacious says, my PS5 is actually in the repair shop.
Oh.
No idea what's wrong with it yet, and I have a sneaking suspicion. The store won't be open tomorrow to tell me what's wrong.
Fair enough. That acid gets me in almost instantly. How am I suffering from bone worms? I don't think the dead can suffer from these things. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. 124. Yay! I will have my C now. Armor pen 50, weapon speed. Ooh, hell yeah. Increased fire rate. Let's just go back to my base real quick. Explore the abandoned facility. But I think I left the team too quickly. Just screwed myself. Oh well. Shit happens.
Masticacious says, well my good sir, I hope you have a good night. Viva la Resistance LMAO.
Viva la Resistance. And thank you. You as well. I'm gonna crouch my character right here and grab a cigarette. And then honestly, I need to start the Minor Miracles quest line. Get that done. So I get my power armor stand, I can actually have it in my base. in-game Dublin is pushing my character around. But I'm going to say something that a lot of people have been taking the time to realize once they hear this once they hear somebody say it or start to believe this bullshit. But the whole idea that there's a uniparty going on here in America, no. Not even fucking close. And honestly, those who think there is, you're missing several bits of information and several facts. One, for more than 30 years now, for longer than I've been alive, Republicans have been playing strong-arm politics with Democrats. Republicans have actually been rather proud of the fact that they've been doing so. I mean, we're talking as far back as Nixon. This is not a new scenario. Mind you, not all Republicans are like MAGA. MAGA really aren't Republicans. Because if you can support this, you're not a Republican. If you can see what's going on with your own two eyes and still support it, you're not a Republican. You're a National Socialist. At the minimum. If you're okay with this bullshit. It doesn't matter if you're listening to Trump's story or not. 2 people, 2 days in a row, or almost back to back, not 2 days in a row, but almost back to back. And it's just 2 people? That doesn't make any sense. The fact that this gentleman would have come at them with a gun and not used it should be something going through any MAGA mind right now. It's like, I'm sorry for anyone who supported Trump and is even on the fence about it now, or does and is just not saying anything. Either way, doesn't matter. If you know this is wrong, you should be saying it's wrong. Y'all sit there and say you're so big, bad, and tough. Well, fucking stand up. Stand up for shit you know is wrong. I mean, it should have been pretty damn apparent to you guys when MAGA Granny turned over a leaf. Because she was right with you guys there on Jan 6. That should have been a big red flag to you guys. Not about her, but about what was going on. No liberals got to her in jail. It didn't act like that. It didn't happen like that. If that were the case, she still wouldn't be going around going, no, I refuse the pardon for a reason. She served her time. And she pulled her head out of her butt. But she did that first. Oh, y'all were redeemed. Because it ain't no higher power, you gotta redeem yourselves. Your fellow citizens for doing the most anti-American thing you could. Looks like we might have one or two videos. Go ahead and get those going. What time is it? 7:30. All right. Well, the sooner two of them make it home, the better. Hi, my girl. Oh shit! I have to fill my water. Ugh.
Gotta listen all the time. Lots of chatter back and forth.
Yeah, and I still haven't done cryptid stuff for him yet. But I need to do the Minor Miracles quest. Because I need my armor stand. So I can actually work on it. I have a display stand. I even have a suit of armor sitting on it. Ow. Cold water hurt my teeth. Okay. Well, it didn't take. It didn't take probably because of a Windows update. Because that's what knocked me out of the game.
I don't want to have my own place. What a headache that would be.
Right, my girl. It says there isn't. Well then, why'd you kick me out of the game? Excuse me. Pardon me again. I'm just gonna get rid of the light machine guns. Vulcan helmet. Cool. I got a couple of Vulcan things. Uh-oh. Well, shit. I just grabbed some or put it in there, some of my armor. Excellent, taking it off. Resistance, chain steel cryo. Weapon speed. Armor pen weapon speed. That's not the button I intended to hit. Oh. Life-saving vanguards, adamantium, durability, electricians. When reloading, shockwave emits limit breaking. Each worn armor piece reduces the cost crit hits by 10%, up to 50 on full stack. Oh, there we go. I got pinpointers. 20 to weak point damage. It's a shockwave that stuns nearby opponent targets for 3. Breaks slower. Limb damage resistance. 35 energy damage resistance. The higher your health, currently plus 35. Automatically revive yourself. Breaks down 3 legendary modules. No, I can sell them. Enclave, squared combat armor plate. Boiling point. That sounds like a gun. Oh, wrong one. Craft. Boiling point. Ooh. And it's a named legendary. Plus 5% per onslaught stack, plus 9 stacks. Ooh. 50% bash damage, 15% reload speed. While a combat target is burning, deal 50% bonus damage. Minus 5 durability, plus 25 poison resist. $36.90 over 5 seconds. Capacity 150. $139 over 5. 58. Adhesive. Ooh, I'm running low on copper. I should have made that in my other class. God damn, this thing is huge. love stacks either. My dubs.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Oh my lord. Okay. Egghead. Grounded. Highly radiant fluids. Mystery bobblehead box. Ooh. I don't think there was enough of that there to even worry about. Two, 5, 7. Yeah. No, not even enough to worry about. Go put the other mutation serums away. Grab the stuff to be sold. Well, I'm a girl. What? She's like, play with me, Dad. I'm a girl. Orange man, that's right away. Talon, scaly skin. Mystery bubble head box away for now. That looks like that's about it. Oh, I might want to go turn in some treasury notes too. God damn. That's a heavy bunch of meds. Meow. I don't wonder. Meow. Oh, meow. Oh, meow. Ah, that's that's right. I've got vanity eye clothes on. So I'm not walking around naked, I'm just walking around only partially armored.
You can gear up here. Responders, set up this trading post for their fire breathers unit.
I did not want to grab my perfectly preserved pie. I'm not selling my perfectly preserved pie or eating my perfectly preserved pie.
Applicant. We'll make a fire breather out of you yet. Fire breathers are the elite of the responders, taking out the scorched one at a time. You know the drill. Buy and sell.
Yeah. 123? God damn.
You can gear up here.
Stack like 20, okay. And the merchant is officially broke. So caps limit, legendary script limit met. Onslaught would have to work with it. Because it adds onslaught stacks. Hardened mass, glowing mass, highly rated fluid. So I do not need the glowing blood. Oh. They've cleaned me on my plans pretty well. Sweet. Guess I'll have to grab some of the ones I got in storage. As well as these treasure maps. Oh. It's not soon enough to start putting out the Christmas stuff. Energy resistance and damage resistance, adamantium, 50% damage resistance, durability, weapons breaks lower. When reloading, emit a shockwave. Limit breaking. Each worn armor piece reduces the cost of crit hits. indeed. People buy the thing like crazy. Which reminds me, I need to make a few more. Maybe adjust some prices. Ah, yes, I forgot. Alright. Let us do that real quick. Nope. Let me show it here. Oh, they're both 5-minute news. Okay.
It's Sunday, January 25, 2026. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to the Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews. Our guest today is a lawyer, public defender, and author. Her book on the criminal court system and smarter public safety solutions, called The Price of Mercy, will be published next month and is available for pre-order now. Emily Galvin Almanza, welcome back to the Weekend Show.
It's so great to be here.
Emily, let's start with what's happening in the world, which is that Donald Trump has been threatening it, and the rest of the world has been struggling to know how serious he is and how to respond. And obviously, with Davos this week, he made a speech that kind of put a lot of people's minds at rest, because he was threatening taking Greenland by force, and he's now said that's not happening, but there is some kind of a deal, which he kind of wasn't very clear about, to say that it's now been dealt with. So we're very light on detail as you and I record this. But what we do know is that Donald Trump does change his opinion on a dime, and that at any point anything could change. Do you think European leaders recognize how potentially dangerous he is as the leader of the free world?
I think they have recognized it for quite some time, but I think a lot is now changing on the ground. So, for example, one of the major critiques of the Democratic Party at the end of President Biden's term was that they were not adequately addressing his mental state, and that his mental state may have actually been far worse behind closed doors than people were acknowledging publicly. We are so far beyond that point with President Trump in terms of watching his mental state visibly decline. I mean, just as a human, watching his speeches over the last 3 months and watching how much more frequently he's losing the thread, not saying what he seems to be meaning to say, forgetting things, falling asleep in meetings. So leaders who I think had made a calculus previously that the American president was manipulable in specific, consistent ways, as in if you flatter him, he'll do what you want. If you're the last person to talk to him about a given topic, you're much likelier to get him around to your position until he talks to somebody else. We saw this so much. We saw like the most strange, obsequious moments from world leaders previously, you know, praising him, patting him on the head, all in an attempt, and I think a reasonable attempt, to make him do things that were good for the world, or at least for the community of allies that the United States has previously cultivated. And now what I think we're seeing are these leaders coming to terms with the fact that there is no longer a consistent strategy to managing the American president. I don't know that his inner circle still has a consistent strategy to manage the American president. But certainly those who only see him occasionally, who are not within his inner circle, who are leaders of foreign nations, at this point have to come to terms with the fact that he is unpredictable, perhaps even to himself. It's not clear that he knows what he's going to do on any given topic at any given time. I mean, it's not clear that he knows what country he's talking about when he's talking about another country.
Yeah.
So at this point, I do think they're a little behind the ball. I mean, I don't know to what extent there have already been communications between world leaders who want to remain strongly in alliance and coordinated in their response to this incredible threat of having a potentially really enfeebled person who previously was already dangerously strident and now is dangerously strident in terms of personality, but enfeebled in terms of mentality and strategy at the helm of a world power, and no one in his party ready to acknowledge the reality that we're all seeing.
It strikes me that he does everything in reverse. So when it came to Greenland, he looks at a big map and sees this kind of big kind of icy area and is like, right, I want that, but doesn't make any inquiries as to the legality of it or whether or not, you know, there was a military presence there, you know, the history, understanding the history. I mean, so offensive and abusive, referring to Denmark as just not having any kind of legal ownership, considering that, you know, it's literally been almost 1,000 years. And so do you think that firing all of the kind of legal minds and all of the adults that were working at the White House and only being surrounded by these kind of far-right nationalists who subscribe to the kind of same thinking that he does is the dangerous bit? Like, what's the most dangerous bit here? Is it the lack of knowledge, the lack of understanding of how the world works, certainly when it comes to trade and diplomacy, or is it something else?
It's the question of who he actually serves. Because certainly he's not serving the American people. The American people just had their healthcare premiums double because our government couldn't figure out how to prevent that from happening, and our government has not yet managed to build us a functioning public healthcare system. The American people have watched prices go up and not really come to terms with the fact that there is no downward ratchet. These prices are not coming back down. The American people were promised some form of affordability and have not been given it. Debt is rising up to people's eyeballs. And to have a president discuss paying like $700 billion for Greenland at a moment when people are hanging on economically by their fingernails and wealth inequality is increasing, it's extraordinarily offensive. So you have to ask yourself, he's certainly not serving the people. There are no people who would rather, there are few people who would rather that money be spent on some other country than on our own. And I think even among his supporters, many of them feel that they would rather the funds be spent on our own domestic needs and interests. So you have to ask yourself, who is he serving? I don't think that it's as simple as he doesn't understand a Decatur map and thinks Greenland is a lot bigger than it is, although that's a very, very funny trope. I think realistically, obviously, the Arctic is an important strategic point in our global moment.
Right. But Russia isn't trying to take Greenland. And
we have a base
China
in
isn't trying
Greenland,
to
and
take
Greenland would, I will say this, you never know what Russia's going to try to take.
Right.
But even so, we have a base. We have a military base in Greenland. Greenland would let us put like 4 more bases there. If we wanted to blanket Greenland in bases, that could be a really fruitful conversation. I think the bigger question is, Is this an international fumble driven by the manipulation of some other foreign leader? Perhaps another country that's been really good at manipulating American interests in the past? Or is this a manipulation by private interests who are very interested in a sort of techno-autocracy future in which the aquifers of Greenland would make for a fabulous data center base? Is this sort of a like Musk and Thiel interest driving the show here? And the reason I say that's the most dangerous is when you don't have a government that is actually representing the interests of its people. And at this point, you can argue that many of our past administrations have not well represented our interests. But this is different because this is an overt, complete unhinging of our representative democracy from the interests of those it represents. That's what's really scary to me. We see the same thing in sort of the outcomes of the DOGE intervention, in that you now have DOGE members being referred for Hatch Act violations because of their own personal entanglements that might have resulted in them being incentivized to procure and distribute Social Security data. Like, did our government get burgled by DOGE people? Did our personal data get burgled by DOGE people because a private interest was driving the governmental choices rather than a legitimate governmental strategy? Maybe. I mean, did the departments that contract with Elon Musk experience different outcomes from DOGE than departments that don't contract with SpaceX and with Tesla? Like, that's where this is existentially threatening to our democratic structure.
Do you think the people who voted for him, not just staunch Trumpers, people in the cult of Trump, but the traditional conservatives and people who can't bring themselves to vote for Democrats because they're lifelong conservatives but might not like Trump so much, and there's plenty of those, at what point do they give up on their allegiance? At what point do they realize that, as you say, none of his policies are beneficial to them? And we're seeing that now with the polling over ICE kidnapping people and violently, executing people in the case of Renee Good. That is not what they voted for. And so as they start to see a picture build of Trump celebrating all of these great investments but no actual jobs, and a claim to deport violent criminals and rapists and people from insane asylums, and then basically taking American citizens off the streets because they have the wrong color skin. I mean, there will come a flashpoint, surely, where those people are saying, okay, we're done now.
I think one mistake I see people on the left making a lot is assuming that the right is more of a monolith than it actually is. Because my experience is that different people on the right have really, really different priorities in terms of what they're actually voting for. And there are people who will hold their nose and tolerate mass brutality in the interest of what they perceive to be a stronger economic plan. There are people who are legitimately very, very interested in making America exclusive to people they perceive to be Americans, which I think there's often a racial tinge there, to say the least. There are people who are taken in by the idea that prosperity will reach them personally if they simply vote for the person who is verbally promising them prosperity rather than outlining a plan to get there. And that means that different people require different forms of information in order to change their perspective. For many people, that information is hard to come by simply because this administration is very, very comfortable pushing out its own narrative, even if that narrative is completely counterfactual. I recently was thinking about this because, when we've had a few times now, it's not just Renee Good's case. There have been several times where a horrifying video of ICE activity will emerge into the public sphere, and we will immediately get a statement from ICE saying that our eyes are deceiving us, essentially. That what we perceive in the video is not at all what happened, and they give some narrative that paints the ICE officer as completely good and the other person as completely bad. It's one of these like cartoonish morality plays of, dissembling ICE reimaginings. of these videos. And it's not the first time I've seen this. My first trial as a public defender was a case where the incident was caught completely on video. And I remember watching the video and thinking, my client didn't do anything wrong. Where's the crime? Surely, I was a young public defender, so I was like, oh my God, I must be missing something. There must be a crime I'm just somehow not able to see on this video. And indeed, I got the police officer up on the witness stand and I was cross-examining her, saying, playing the video at the same time, saying, can you show me, please, where the crime happens on this video? And she was saying, it's right there. And me and the jury were all like leaning, looking for it, and it's just not there. And I had to learn a lesson in that trial, which we won, because people believe their own eyes, thankfully. And the lesson was, I have often underestimated the degree to which people in power think they can convince others to listen to their narrative over and the exclusion of the evidence that we can see ourselves. It continues to shock me, and that's the theme of ICE. So, the Renee Good video reached a level of saturation in our population that almost nothing else has reached. A strong majority of Americans have seen these videos. Will this move them? Will other videos like this move? Will the video of the elderly gentleman being called out of his house in nothing but a blanket who turned out to be a citizen? Or the woman with a disability who was on her way to a medical appointment, hauled out, carried by her arms and legs, again, only to be like cleared by ICE and like dumped somewhere a few hours later? Will all of these incidents cause people to stop listening to ICE's communications department and stop choosing to believe a lie about rampant criminals invading our country over the truth that they can see in front of them, which is masked agents of the state attacking innocent people? I don't know. It depends on how much conservatism is part of their influence. And there is a degree to which I think people who are trying to hold on to things that they value will choose to believe even in nakedly transparent lies over the evidence of it.
And pretty much everybody that you have described, and I want to throw that young boy who worked in Target into the mix as well, which was also a very shocking video to watch. He also was just dumped, a kid, really terrified, traumatized. But these are all minorities, whether they be people of colour or LGBT+, and since learned that the Renee Good seems to be some kind of an attack on a gay couple. Sort of felt that way. But as you said, there was no crime. In all of these situations, there was no crime. And I am hoping that people kind of wake up to that. But I also recognize what you said at the beginning, which is that the progressive people probably have an idealistic view of how Trump supporters and MAGA Republicans view the world. Let's go back to the Davos speech that Trump made for a second, because it is hailed as one of the most abusive, offensive, and racist speeches. And he specifically mentioned the Somalis in Minnesota and talked about this $19 billion theft of public money, which is being investigated, and of course will probably come to nothing. But ultimately, it was a right-wing influencer that went to Minnesota, that went to one of these childcare centers when it was closed, and then made a viral video saying, well, they're getting all that money and there's nobody here. The fact that Trump kind of allowed, and accounts kind of retweeted that, and so allowed that to go viral, and then it got used as policy, is another example of the detail is irrelevant. Worry about the detail later. Just go for the big shiny object first. And so, in the speech, Trump's use of language regarding the Somali community, of which it is the largest in America, in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, to an assembled multi-race, multi-faith, multinational audience in Davos was extremely shocking. It's not the kind of language you'd expect to hear from even a kind of leader of a fringe party, let alone the President of the United States. Do you think that the European community and the Davos community think they recognise that racism is very much at the heart of so much of Trump's policy, and that is another reason maybe to distance themselves from America.
I would be really disheartened to think they hadn't realized that already. I mean, how
Listen, I
many
keep giving him the
Nazi-
benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm saying. Is it's like, how many times do you allow? I mean, he did it at the United Nations as well. I mean, we heard it at the Munich Security Conference from J.D. Vance, and we heard it at the NATO meeting with Pete Hegseth. I mean, it's extreme racism and far-right nationalist language.
Oh.
I think that they have given him the benefit of the doubt publicly for a while, and this goes back to my opinion that they thought that he was manipulable in some way, controllable, manageable. We are living in a country where the department head in our government gave a speech from behind a podium that said, "One of ours, all of yours." And one of her deputies is essentially, as far as I can tell from his clothing, like cosplaying as a Nazi officer 24/7. And we elevate people who have these aesthetic or verbal dog whistles, connecting them to the legacy of far-right extremist, eugenicist thinking. This isn't new with Trump. I mean, look at his rhetoric from the Central Park 5 case. Decades ago in New York, in which he was essentially calling for the execution of innocent black boys. Let's look at, all of the history of how he has structured fear against immigrants, amplifying completely unverifiable and verifiably false tropes like gang members taking over a building in Aurora, Colorado, which the sheriff of Aurora said isn't actually happening, or, people who are immigrants eating cats and dogs, again, something completely debunked. You can't miss the fact that again and again this administration comes up with falsehoods that invoke white nationalist feelings in their supporters and consistently otherize and denigrate people of color and minority groups generally. Like, you can't miss the sort of like fashy fashion, and by which I mean fashy short for fascist fashion, and snuggling with Nazi ideology. If world leaders are now undergoing a moment of calculus, whereas before they thought, the leader of the quote-unquote free world is snuggling with Nazi ideas, but we think that there's a redeemable path here to collaboration and fruitful allyhood. And now it's become so explicit and so unavoidable and so visible in the violence in our own streets that they can't make that calculus any longer. And now they've decided for their own political future, it is better to simply acknowledge what is happening. I think that's very healthy. I think that's very good. I mean, one thing that I've been thinking a lot about is that the mask off moment, most people didn't find the mask
Stream
very
Elements
convincing
says,
all along.
find
But
me
let's
in other
call this a
places:
mask
Discord,
off moment
Twitter,
where
YouTube,
the
Steam,
white
Xbox, and
nationalist
PlayStation
rhetoric
Old
is
Mage
simply
Guy on
becoming
TikTok
much,
as
much,
Mage.
much more overt. That is very healthy because even if everyone knew what was going on all along, now we are stripping away people's strategic impetus to ignore it. we are making it much harder for people to continue avoiding action on. So, truth is good.
And we've heard from some Trump supporters through various social media memes, but also there's been these kind of round tables, these kind of round table interview sequences with kind of left-leaning commentators kind of taking on large numbers of Trump supporters. And some of these individuals were very proud of their support for Nazi ideology, and were very proudly kind of far-right nationalists, and they saw nothing really wrong with it. The stigma of being in support of Nazis was just not there with these people, and I found that particularly shocking. But it seems to have come and gone. But I mean, you refer to one of the henchmen of Kristi Noem wearing a Gestapo-style overcoat. I mean, these things are not by accident; they are by design, and they don't just kind of happen in a vacuum. Many of these individuals have even gone to kind of cut their hair in Nazi style. So we have to recognize that. We have to see it. We can't turn a blind eye, and we have to respond to it, surely.
I'm gonna have to go up and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to me because as an attorney, I acknowledge that everyone has the right to their views, no matter how abhorrent I may find those views. Everybody has the right to their views. That doesn't mean that I have to like them, hang out with them, support them, say nice things about them. I also have the right to my freedom of speech to express my views about what I'm seeing. And so I think we're in an interesting moment where, because of the administration's dramatic show of power in its first year, there were many groups that previously have been stigmatized, again, allowed their First Amendment freedoms, but socially stigmatized because people don't like Nazi ideas, for the most part. Those groups had this sort of rush of feeling unleashed, feeling empowered, feeling that perhaps the stigma about their beliefs is gone. I don't think our society has actually changed that much. I don't think Americans are suddenly more likely to embrace Nazi ideals. I think what we're going to see in this year is people becoming much, much, much more comfortable with pushback. Because one of the things we've seen, just take, for example, the action of ICE across the country. One of the things we've seen is that even in the face of extraordinary brutality, and, again, with my lawyer hat on, wildly unconstitutional, lawless behavior from an arm of the state, people have realized that protest and resistance and social condemnation is still effective. How many people out there do you think who work for ICE go on first dates and tell their date that they work for ICE versus having a totally obfuscating I work for it's a government bureaucracy job. I think this is highly relevant right now as well, because the backlash to all of this sort of overt, almost celebratory embrace of fascist and fascist adjacent culture and ideas, I think has really meaningful material impacts on this administration's ability to succeed. For example, I am very curious about how ICE hiring is going right now. Because certainly if you listen to the numbers put out by the government, I'm sure they will tell you that it's going hand over fist, it's fabulous, and they're paying people $1 million and all this stuff. I don't currently trust those numbers. I will, as someone who really, really relies on data that is double-checked and coming from a credible source, I'm currently not particularly ready to trust data coming out of this administration, particularly the Department of Homeland Security, as necessarily strictly accurate. So are people actually signing up for these jobs in a world where we're hearing about even legislation to ban people who've been in ICE from becoming law enforcement officers later? Are people willing to sign up for these jobs that you can't tell people about on a first date or maybe even a fifth date?
But if there's no
I
other
don't know. I think we'll
jobs, and if they've got rid of all other federal jobs, they're trying to reduce the size of the federal government, and there's $50,000 sign-up bonuses, people are going to make exceptions, aren't they?
I think they were. I think they absolutely were. The calculus is different now because the same way that everybody who's not involved in ICE is watching these videos of brutality, people who are considering signing up for that job are also watching these videos of brutality. And so now the question isn't, could I like suck it up and like arrest some immigrants and deal with that when I go home at night? The question is, am I going to be put in a position where I'm asked to shoot one of my neighbors in the chest?
Yeah.
Am I going to be put in a position where I'm asked to drag an elderly man out of his house in freezing weather with no clothing? Am I going to be asked to beat up a kid after ripping him out of his job? Like, that's really different. Maybe it's naive, but I think that there are many people who will act strongly in their own economic interest to a point. But being asked to brutalize their neighbors physically is a very different ask than simply taking an unpleasant job with a high bonus.
The international community, not least at the Davos Economic Forum, but certainly the Europeans, NATO member states, they are watching and they are seeing these videos. And so, this stuff is not exclusive to the US. It has been broadcast around the world and people are horrified. And obviously Europeans have more of a historic trauma associated with the Second World War and with Nazi occupation. And so to see these ICE officers behaving like Nazis, what does that do for countries that were former allies that Trump has now kind of put into second or third position behind Russia, for example, or North Korea, or just countries that he favors? Because going forward, we're already seeing Mark Carney in Canada, who gave a rather brilliant speech at Davos, talking about forming alliances without America, and that the US is not the superpower that it used to be, and that it is possible for the rest of the world to operate without this reliance on the United States. I mean, and surely the Nazification of law enforcement is having an effect on a lot of these views and the desire to uncouple in this way.
Certainly. It delegitimizes our status as a nation with whom people would want to have dealings. I mean, like, that is amplified by the fact that our dealings are rather inconsistent right now. I will also say that, like, this is the most amazing branding rehab for China. Like, China does not have its own perfect human rights record. Let's be very clear. And that hasn't been as visible because we're not seeing videos of brutality emerging from the Chinese right now.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's not happening.
Well, it's illegal to share that and to film it, isn't it? And I suppose that's
it
another
is a very
example.
Right. What I'm saying is that it's interesting to watch world leaders who are highly educated people, equally as aware as you or I or anyone else, perhaps more aware because they're in government and have privileged access to information of whatever human rights abuses are happening right now in a nation that they will choose to embrace over the United States, probably less because we are currently morally abhorrent, and more because at least their offers are economically and sort of contractually consistent. When they're entering into agreements, the agreements are heavily negotiated, but then at least executed as described, I would assume, to an extent that we are not currently capable of. What are we doing? Are we going to have tariffs next week? Are we not? How high are they going to be? Are we going to go to war with somebody? Nobody can tell you what the United States is going to do. And so international leaders choosing more consistent partners is not about, I don't think, our increasingly obvious human rights violations. The United States has had its own legacy of human rights violations, I should point out, before these incredibly splashy, visible ones in our present moment. I do think that the high degree of visibility to our loss of any moral high ground is giving a lot of international leaders the push they need to take more economically consistent and advantageous deals.
we heard from Gavin Newsom just ahead of Davos, and he was very critical of European leaders for not pushing back more on Donald Trump and why they're cozying up to him. And if it's obvious that he's a dictator, that why they seem to kind of be giving him so much rope. Do you think that European leaders
Mom and Dad just
would
got home.
benefit from actually standing up and saying no? Because we've seen that with Carney in Canada, and we've seen that with Scheinbaum in Mexico, that actually Trump does respond to strength.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Meeting with Mamdani.
Yeah.
Like, that was a fantastic example of the fact that you don't actually need to capitulate to Trump to gain his warmth, cooperation. I mean, it was a fascinating meeting because here's a guy who, even in the meeting, is reaffirming all of the negative things that he has said about Trump. And Trump is laughing about it because he respects the confidence, the show of will. I think it's obviously contextually different when he's trying to get somebody to do something in a deal and they won't do it. I think there's a specific backlash there, but I think in general, I think a lot of world leaders have underestimated the degree to which a sort of quasi-pugilistic approach, like get in the ring with him, might work better than an obsequious flattering.
Because Newsom said that the whole "we're going to take Greenland by force" was just posturing, and that actually the reaction from European leaders was way too kind of overreactive, and consequently world markets reacted too. And actually that he didn't intend to put troops on the ground in Greenland ever. And now that he's backpedaled on it, it kind of suggests that maybe the whole thing was a ruse and that we all fell for it.
Well, who's talking about the Epstein files right now?
Uh-huh. Yeah, good point. And maybe we should talk about the Epstein
millions
files.
of pages that they've apparently found that they need to go through. Like
Right.
the millions of pages that emerged after a thorough DOJ investigation of not one but two criminal cases arising from this particular body of evidence. And now there's millions more pages that are out of compliance with the law in that they have not been turned over yet. There's a lot to be said that we are not currently focusing on because we are seeing brutal law enforcement and weird threats of international incursion following an actual international incursion when we, swooped the leader of Venezuela, who admittedly nobody in Venezuela wanted to have there anymore either, but still handled particularly poorly in terms of our adherence to international law and our ability, again, to hold our role as a world leader.
And leaving his
Very distracting.
leaving his deputy just to kind of carry on meant that the Maduro regime effectively remains. It's just so weird. Again, it's almost as if, from a showmanship perspective, he thinks about the kind of visual of a kidnapping of a leader, but doesn't kind of do the prep. Doesn't kind of.
Yeah, I think he doesn't seem like a homework guy.
Right.
Doesn't seem like a details man.
Yeah. Worry about it afterwards.
I think my favorite part was watching Marco Rubio stand behind him as Trump announced that, either Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth was now in charge of Venezuela.
Yeah.
And both of them seeming a little surprised to be
That's
suddenly
right.
in charge of Venezuela. Not super thought out in terms of a strategic plan for the aftermath. Other than his very effective plan to receive a physical Nobel Prize, even if it wasn't actually awarded to him. He did get his gold medallion that he really, 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 really wanted.
Yeah. Even if it meant breaking into the Louvre to get one, I'm sure he would have done that too. We have
That
to
is
take
a crime he has not committed yet,
Yes,
to my
yes.
knowledge. That's only very, very good-looking Frenchmen seem to do that these days.
Let's take a quick break. I want to come back and talk a little bit about the Epstein files, as you mentioned it so essentially. And also I want to look to RFK Jr.'s plan that we should all be eating more meat, and how agriculture might not be able to keep up with that, but the climate crisis will be affected too. We'll do that next here on The Weekend Show.
Star Trek Fleet Command is a strategy MMO for desktop and mobile, and you can download it for free. Throughout the game, you'll build a starbase, gather resources, control a fleet of classic Star Trek ships, and assemble a crew from across the entire Star Trek universe and timelines. There's also currently a 7-day login streak. Just for logging in, you'll pick up daily rewards and unlock Romulan Captain Nero, who boosts weapon damage by 40%. You can run the game on both desktop and mobile with a linked account, and it's a pretty easy way to pass time during render breaks or long jumps through Quantum. So if you're curious, give it a go. It's free to download.
You want to eat better, but you have zero time and zero energy to make it happen. Factor doesn't ask you to meal prep or follow recipes, it just removes the entire problem. 2 minutes, real food, done. For me, cooking healthy meals was quite a chore. You're not failing at healthy eating, you're failing at having 3 extra hours every night. Factor is already made by chefs, designed by dietitians, and delivered to your door. You heat it for 2 minutes and eat. Lean proteins, colorful vegetables, whole food ingredients, healthy fats. The stuff that you'd make if you had the time. No refined sugars, no artificial sweeteners, no refined seed oils. 100 rotating meals every week, high protein, calorie smart, Mediterranean, GLP-1 support, ready to eat salads. New Muscle Pro collection for strength and recovery. You pick what fits your goals for healthier eating, calorie management, more protein, whatever you're actually trying to do. Always fresh and never frozen and ready in 2 minutes. No prep, no cleanup, no mental load, not motivation to eat better, just elimination of the reason that you don't. Head to factormeals.com/weekend50off and use code weekend50off to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor. Channel that fresh start energy of the new year and finally launch your business with Shopify. 2026 is the year to rewrite your story, own your future, and make your entrepreneurial dreams come true. Start your business with Shopify in 2026 and become who you're meant to be. 2026 is the year you launch your business, the year you transform into an entrepreneur, founder, boss. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands, starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake, a craft that everyone tells you to sell, a store you've already designed in your head. Well, with Shopify, 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap, from household names to first-time business owners just getting started. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily build your dream store. Choose from hundreds of beautiful templates that you can customize to match your brand. Setup is fast with Shopify's built-in AI tools that write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product photos. Marketing is built in too. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/weekend. Go to shopify.com/weekend. That's shopify.com/weekend. Hear your first this new year with Shopify by your side.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
We're back on The Weekend Show with Emily Galvin Almanza. I'm Anthony Davis. Emily, before the break, you touched on the Epstein files and really the length that Donald Trump would go to delay or just turn everyone's attention away from this insanely vast child sex trafficking ring that is clearly being covered up by the Justice Department. Would he go as far as kidnapping a member of a sovereign nation to distract from it, or threatening to put troops on the ground and snatch Greenland? I mean, is he that crazy? Is that what we're dealing with?
These are things he wants to do anyway. I mean, he loved describing the commando, blow by blow. It was almost like a Tom Cruise movie he was describing of the Venezuelan incursion. And which was actually really funny to watch as a lawyer, because it was very clear that in order to prevent any feeling that Congress would ever need to be involved in anything they wanted to do in Venezuela, Marco Rubio was
Wait and
trying
see
very
says,
hard to make
would
this
be really
a law
nice if the
enforcement
details of the
operation
fully released files was
bring
enough to
someone
stop
in to
all these
essentially
shenanigans regarding ICE and country
non-consensually
annexation.
extradite, which is not a
Perhaps
thing,
we can all start
a
enjoying
person,
life again.
Who's wanted
It
for,
might.
a federal case
I'm not
in
going
New
to
York,
say it wouldn't.
who just happens to be
Because
really,
there
really
is a
far away. So
possibility.
Rubio's working so hard to
names in those
couch this as like
files
a
are
legitimate legal matter. And then Trump comes
Pretty
in
big
and
if we actually do something about it.
uses every war comparison he possibly can. I think he compared it to World War II. He loves this stuff. This is fun for him. It's not a hardship. It's not
He's
a
just
hardship
gonna be
to
getting it out.
do bombastic things that he really likes doing that happen to also distract people from a topic he clearly doesn't want to talk about, because when someone in a factory he was visiting called him a pedophile protector, the president of the United States of America flipped a guy off. I don't think any president, to my knowledge, has ever engaged in rude gestures towards the citizenry. But clearly he's touchy about it. He acts out when it's brought up, and I don't think that he's struggling with the choice to do highly attention-getting things that also demonstrate his power. I think that he likes being seen as unpredictable because, as someone who feels that he's a great negotiator, I think one can also feel that unpredictability is a strength in a negotiating setting.
Well, that's a mobster tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't seen the actual art of the deal. As someone who teaches negotiation in a law school class, not sure I've really seen some of the most artful aspects of negotiation in this administration, but certainly I've seen the most bombastic tactics that, yes, are often associated with cultures of force and leverage and pressure rather than
Wait and see
more
says,
legitimate negotiation.
worst case scenario is a political vacuum.
Why is it important
Best case
that
scenario
we
involves a
keep
new golden age of
referring
respectable
to the Epstein
governance?
files and trying to take people
Precisely.
back to it?
And
because
I don't have
obviously,
any issues with that.
aside from the obvious, the victims deserving
Political
justice,
vacuum means there's still a
is this
possibility that
about?
we can do something
Is it
with
just about
That's not
unseating
necessarily
Trump,
bad.
or is there a kind of
No.
a larger force at play here?
Obviously, for many, many partisans, yes, it would be very helpful to them to have this incredibly damaging category of information. It would also be very vindicating in a world where Republicans have told a lot of lies. The Hillary Clinton pizza parlor sex ring thing. Obviously, there's a little bit of feeling of turnabout. That is not why it's important to me. The reason why it's important to me is nerdy, but I think vital to the structure of our government. The Department of Justice is not the president's personal lawyer. The White House counsel isn't even the president's personal lawyer. The roles we have for lawyers in government are really specifically cabin. The White House counsel represents the interests of the White House. The Department of Justice represents the interests of the American people. And And it's really important that in every presidency, the Department of Justice not seem to be working for the president, because sometimes the interests of the American people and the interests of the president will diverge. And under those circumstances, we need an independent Department of Justice, the same way we need, inspectors general, who can hold the government accountable to the people. And that's what we're losing here. The Epstein case is an iteration of a bigger loss. I mean, not that, I have to say, not that anything could be bigger than the loss the victims have experienced. But as a nation, when we have a government that has no mechanism for the interests of the people to remain represented, even under circumstances of corruption, no self-checking ability, no, safety switches, no safety nets, we are losing our ability as a people to meaningfully control those who claim to represent us. And so to me, watching the Department of Justice veer off the path of representing the people into a path where, at times it really does seem like just an elaborate pursuit of the president's personal interests is devastating. It's absolutely devastating. It represents the much larger loss of the structure which made our government legitimate.
Playing your favorite TTRPG with a long-distance friend group can seem impossible. Enter Roll20. Everything you need to run or play in your favorite TTRPG.
There was so much criticism of the former Attorney General Merrick Garland taking his sweet merry time to bring Donald Trump and his associates to account. But what we're seeing now is entirely different, isn't it? We're seeing Trump directing the Justice Department to go after his perceived enemies. For you as a public defender, how does it feel when you see Pam Bondi kind of get up there and talk in the weirdest way, she's like a college student, like arguing in a kind of debating club or something? It's just very childlike, very weird, and so obviously partisan that they're not even trying to hide it. So how do you feel when you see that?
I feel like what I'm watching is what is possible when you strip away civics education for millions of American young people. Because the reason her attitude and her positionality and her allegiance to the president hits you and me as weird is that we know that her role is supposed to be the people's lawyer, right?
Right.
And so we know how far she has diverged from what that role is supposed to be. I will say this, I don't need that role to be boring. I don't need that role to be sleepy or slow or never do anything aggressive or, not do anything dramatic. I'm fine with dramatic action in pursuit of justice. I actually think lawyers could afford to be a little less boring. But cravenly in pursuit of the individual goals of the president, that is appalling if you know what her role is supposed to be. But if you are a student who has never had the advantage of a real civics
Mama said you happen to have the vape
and
pen
you've
on
grown
you.
up, there are young
The
people
vape pen.
who have had Trump as president for much of their lives. There are soon-to-be voters for whom the presidency they've experienced
That's not a little bit.
is largely this sort of reality.
There's a decent amount in there.
Personality presidency.
Holy crap! Good
And without
find.
the benefit of a civics education
Damn good
to
find.
show them
Yeah.
how not normal this is. I'm not sure that they can feel how far off the mark we are.
It'll
and
last
how-
more than
how
enough
deep
time for
in
me to be able to go and
really
get meds
dangerous,
tomorrow.
existentially dangerous territory
Or
we
next
are.
day if it
I'm not
doesn't
saying it's not
show
because
up
it's
tomorrow,
because we
but
have,
I'm pretty
crappy
sure it will.
government. We have the best
Fridays
teachers
or
in this
Saturday's
country. We have
31st.
amazing teachers in this country. We just have
Which
far
means
too few
Sunday's
of
the
them, and
1st.
We compensate them really poorly, and there are far too many ways in which schools are let off the hook to not
You said the
provide
29th we have a
foundational
power
pieces of education.
scheduled power down.
That's deliberate. These are deliberate
Do we know when
local
it starts?
policy choices to rob students of the education to which they should be entitled, because it advantages government officials who want to
okay.
have slippery governments like this. So I'm saying it because I hope that to see young people outraged about that to which they have not been given access. I want to see them demand it.
And it devalues America on the world stage as well.
Oh,
It
that
can't
pot's
keep its
still in the
own house
fridge.
in
It's
order.
got sketty in it still.
And the corruption is so obvious now. You know,
Wait
I'm
and see
sure in
says,
previous
Kingratus. All my
years,
perks cards are full.
certainly,
Any new ones are a
under Nixon
recyclable
and
item towards leg
goodness
and weight
knows who
for a Dari
else,
perks.
at least they tried
Nice.
to hide the corruption.
I'm working on that.
But what we're seeing is a very overt, kind of clear operation, a corrupt operation in action.
But
and that
Mama,
doesn't bode well for
I will cook.
justice going forward,
Because
because it means
I'm
that
not expecting you to. Not
victims
what
of
you're
any crime,
already.
not least child sex trafficking and sexual abuse, but any crime that American citizens might find themselves involved with will
Medicate myself a little bit,
remove
and
that kind of trust that maybe they
get out there and
once
start
had,
cooking.
that they will be seen right by the Justice Department.
Yeah, I think when I think about what we need next, like as a reparative tactic, it's really hard to figure out. I mean, the fact that the president, I was reading an article suggesting that the president had been personally enriched to the tune of over $1 billion since taking office just a year ago. And the fact that that is like super low on the list of scandals about which anyone is talking really tells you how dire things are. I worry about the normalization of that. I worry, you know, it's interesting. Representative Ocasio-Cortez said something really smart a couple days ago. But she says smart things all the time. But the thing that I'm going to talk about was she pointed out that the next president is going to have to use some of the tools that this administration has given itself in order to dismantle the harm that has been done through these tools. And she said that it's unfair to expect one side to wield an outsized amount of illegitimate power and let the other side refuse to wield that power for the sake of a return to legitimacy. I have really mixed feelings about it. I mean, certainly on the front of personal enrichment, we want a next president that does not personally enrich themselves. We would like the Hatch Act to someday have some sort of enforcement power that people care about.
But it's that hypocrisy that is so unpalatable, especially when you hear Kristi Noem referring to kind of legal migrants, people working their way through the kind of system, and when it is the administration that is so obviously breaking the law, and Trump enriching himself as you describe. I mean, you read 1 billion, I read 5 billion. You know, when you take the crypto into account, I mean, it's extreme. Not least receiving a Boeing 747 from the Qatari. From the nation of Qatar. I mean, it suggests that the corruption is so overt that why is Trump's criminality better than an immigrant who steals food and gets caught for it? It really, to me, it just kind of highlights that it's every man for himself, and that you know, setting a standard for how to live in this country needs to come from the very top, and currently it isn't.
It does, and going back to Ocasio-Cortez's perspective, I think we have to differentiate between different forms of power and different forms of hypocrisy. I think that we've seen, for example, the Mamdani administration do sweeping things right off the bat and utilize power in a way that we don't usually see Democrats utilizing power to just get stuff done. I think that absolutely everyone is in agreement that we need to see more of that, even if it involves using tools created by this government in their weird, creative ways to make really good things happen for ordinary people. That being said, the risk of inflaming the very hypocritical pressure points created by this administration. For example, this administration claims that its political prosecutions are only being done in response to political prosecutions carried out against President Trump. And that the Biden administration was actually the originator of all these political prosecutions, which is a sort of rich thing of saying, like, you know, any criminal allegations against me are clearly purely political. And also many of them were seemingly founded in court. And so I'm going to engage in prosecutions which, while perhaps nakedly political, also don't seem to be succeeding because there may be no evidentiary basis for them. If in the next administration there's then a response of successful prosecutions because there is a factual basis for them, that is not going to change the mind of any of his supporters who believe that all of these prosecutions are merely retaliatory tactics in a vast political game.
Oh.
The retribution is a legitimate reason to kind of go after people.
Or that it's expected. I don't think anyone's going to say. I think if you asked the American people, could we just end all of the dramatic, retributive, witch hunt tactics?
Yeah.
I actually think you might find some consensus. The hard part is to do so
60%
involves
mass swing, 30%
a
faster.
lack of
Nice.
accountability for people who've actually engaged in wrongdoing and harm. I'm of two minds about that.
Let's just go back to Davos for a second.
I'm my mind.
Because Trump tried to lecture the audience that the climate crisis is a hoax, that any countries that use wind turbines, which he calls windmills, are will not make as much money, that they're much poorer countries because of it. He lied about China, claiming they make them but they don't use them. I mean, he obviously has his own views about green energy. Some say it stems from the view at his Scottish golf course where he could see wind turbines and he lost a legal case to have them removed. But that aside, the US is missing out on a huge green revolution where thousands of jobs could be created and a large, a huge movement is there to generate green, clean energy. So the US is being left behind. Certainly, Europe and China very much ahead on this stuff. But you've also got AI, which again, something that Trump is investing heavily in, which is having a huge effect on the climate crisis by nature of the additional need for water and the pollutants that are going to be put out just generating that energy. And then that brings me to our next topic, which is RFK Jr. and his desire to change the guidelines on diet, urging Americans to eat far more meat and dairy products. And that in itself will come at a major cost to the planet via huge swathes of habitat raised for farmland, millions of tons of extra planet heating emissions too. To me, I mean, it's just bonkers. The whole thing is bonkers. We've been hearing, eat less meat, eat meat alternatives for years, and they've literally just taken everything that we know as true and correct and turned it on its head. And this is somebody who purports to be a kind of, a very health conscious individual in RFK Jr.
Yeah, he purports.
How is this going to play out, do you think? Do you think
just pull
Americans are going to
backwards
eat less
when you're
meat
latched on.
because he says so?
No. I mean, did you follow the food pyramid? Did any of us follow the food pyramid? Did anybody eat like 12 servings of bread a day or whatever insane thing the government recommended previously? No. I mean, look. I think that if you look at RFK Jr. and you say that man is the paragon of health, that's what I'd like my body to look like someday.
Right.
I think you're probably in a pretty stark minority. I don't think that there's anybody out there who really thinks that this guy knows everything about everything when it comes to the health of our bodies. I do think that he is leveraging a particularly strong anti-vax movement. I think that people who are into, a carnivore diet or a caveman diet or rubbing beef tallow all over themselves, like, people are doing that anyway. That's a personal choice. I think all of the stuff you've described to me is much more governed by capitalism than by our government. Here's my argument in favor of this position. So, like, first of all, I think people are eating what they are told to eat by like Instagram ads much more than what they're told to eat by RFK Jr.
Yeah.
I think that people live in communities that create
Stream Elements says,
health
Find
trends
me in
that
other
float
places:
around, like
Discord,
methylene blue
Twitter,
or ivermectin
YouTube,
or whatever
Steam,
else.
Xbox,
Not
and
getting any
PlayStation
stuff.
Old Mage Guy on TikTok as
He
Mage.
can inflame that. He can confirm that for people. He can say, you know, he can either imply or expressly say that he agrees. But that doesn't mean that the majority of people are being pressured in that direction. The majority of people are being pressured in the direction of like protein bar companies that want to sell us protein bars and ancient grain bowls that want us to take care of our microbiome. And like, it's all about what we're being sold and what we're willing to buy. And that's governing people's choices much more than any governmental advice we're being given.
Teammate, I need your support. Concentrate fire on the designated target.
I think, though, and this is encouraging, I think the same is true of green energy.
Food.
Trump hates windmills
Take it with me.
because the windmills are winning. Like, every time he tries to shut down a wind farm, the company who's building the
brought
wind
it
farm and
a
who's already
few
invested billions of
days
dollars
ago.
in the wind farm litigates, and a judge says, yeah, you can't
Yeah,
shut that
it's
down,
been bad.
actually. This is because capitalism is pushing us in the direction of green energy, because green energy is renewable. It's not a limited resource. It's really, really easy to sell right now because most people know that this is going to lower your energy costs if you have it. And most people, my power bill, by the way, for January was obscene. I don't want to pay that anymore. I want solar panels on my roof and a battery in my house so that I'm not shelling out hundreds of dollars for electricity from a big company. Yes, other nations are getting ahead of us because they've managed to combine governmental support in the way that the Biden administration did for green energy initiatives. And obviously that supercharges production, it supercharges the ability of ordinary people to adopt green technology in their home. But like, look at the writing on the wall. Like, people don't
Didn't you
want
already
to keep
take him
buying
out?
oil and gas. They don't want to keep spending money on it.
Why are you
They want to
acting
spend
like
money
you
on
gotta
an
go out
energy
again, bud?
solution that has costs that go down over time and that remains a resource for them
That makes
is
sense.
continual and renewable. So like, Trump is losing this so hard, it's almost just, I'm just going to kick back and watch him tilt at windmills.
It also, again, puts America on the back foot, puts it behind the rest of the world. And we can't ignore the meat lobby, of course. I'm sure RFK Jr.
If
is
you just
being
give me
lobbied hard.
a few minutes to get that fried up.
The same, obviously, for coal and,
Never mind.
and gas
Guess I gotta
and oil. That
do
industry
that too,
is
so.
lobbying Trump hard, which is why he takes such a strong position against green energy. But all of this will contribute to the slow decline of America on the world stage, not least Trump's ridiculous racist speeches at World Economic Forums. So just finally, you know, if you add all of these things up, the sum of these parts, Trump trying to move the rest of the world to the far right Christian nationalist view of the world, to ethnically cleanse the country, the lobby from the gas and oil and trying to do away with these green infrastructure projects that were already kind of paid for, and now you say they're being litigated.
I can do over here.
And then, you know, the health secretary causing huge mass confusion about flu shots and you know, measles outbreak and everything else. I mean, all of this contributes
I got
to
the,
the decline of a nation
hamburger in
that
the pan.
led the world in terms of science and medicine,
Just in time for Dad to
and
start
doing
filling
the
the
right
pot.
thing.
So my hands are all bloody.
How
Is it
serious
crap?
is this? I mean, how and what are the chances of it being restored? You know, can America find its standing in the world once again post-Trumpism? Because some are saying that this is generational.
Okay, get
that
off
this is,
my skin.
You know, even if Trump was to disappear, that this is now almost set in stone.
Let's hope.
You're asking a public defender a question about our odds of success. And you don't become a good public defender unless
That's
you
because I don't
understand
get.
that sometimes you're facing down incredibly daunting odds.
That's a hat to
And
burn.
you can pull out a win anyway. You gotta believe. I have had many a win of this kind. And so when I look at our current situation, what I say is the scale of our peril right now is exceeded only by the scale of our potential restoration. If Americans overcome the inevitable election interference that we are going to see, or at least attempts at electoral interference, the inevitable stationing of ICE at polling places and intimidation tactics and attacks on mail-in voting, if Americans get it together, figure out their local rules, mail in their votes early so that they can overcome this new postmark rule, which could result in lots of ballots being not counted as late. Like, don't wait. Organize. If Americans get it together, everything you've described this administration doing are things that people don't actually want. People don't actually want necessarily to eat beef at every meal. I say this with great sorrow since I have so many cattle rancher friends. I love you guys. But people don't necessarily want to eat beef at every meal. People don't want their healthcare costs to go through the roof. People don't want to continue relying on oil and gas when they can have much cheaper renewable energy. Like, look at the state of Wyoming. They tried to ban renewable energy, and even in Wyoming, the most conservative state in the country, they couldn't get away with that because people said, "No, actually, I want the way of the future. I'm sorry. I don't want to keep working, in a gas field or necessarily in a coal mine." People don't actually want what this administration has to offer. And the shocking nature of it has caused more people to have to pay attention to politics than I think ever before.
Yes.
So if we organize, we have an opportunity to show the entire world that we as a people can be relied upon, even when our government cannot be. And I think that would be an incredible feat of restoration that is worth believing in and worth organizing for and worth fighting for in the months we have between now and November.
Okay. I'm with you, because I do believe that there feels like a groundswell of activism that I haven't really seen before. And I think it's born of necessity. But I like you, have faith.
Nope, Digital Dublin just brought me a legendary item again.
For now, Emily Galvin Almanza, thank you for joining.
I said, Digital Dublin just brought me a legendary item again.
I'm Anthony Davis. Don't forget to support me and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews, or find my Substack, The Anthony Davis. You can also join the 5 Minute News YouTube channel. I'll come back next Sunday with a brand new special guest and more factual news to discuss on the 5 Minute News Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
How you doing, Enman? Interested in sparring
Yeah.
with me?
There's a doggy out there. Yeah, there's a couple of them, actually. She's like, there is?
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
My baby.
Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. He wasn't there to peacefully protest. He was there to perpetuate violence, and he was asked to show up and to continue to resist by a governor who's irresponsible and has a long history of corruption and lying. This individual impeded the law enforcement officers and attacked them. State the facts as they unfolded on the street today.
The murder of Alex Pretty by an ICE agent on a Minneapolis street did not occur in isolation. It unfolded within a rapidly accelerating transformation of American law enforcement, one in which immigration agencies, once normally civil in nature, now operate as heavily armed domestic security forces, increasingly unmoored from public accountability. The videos of Pretty's death, the official response to it, and the broader recruitment and deployment strategy of the Department of Homeland Security reveal a deeply troubling trajectory. The construction of a national paramilitary apparatus that functions less like constitutional policing and more like a regime protection force. Pretty, a 37-year-old intensive care nurse and U.S. citizen,
defensive shots.
was shot to death
This
in
reporter
broad
needs to be
daylight while
sequestered and
observing
instructed
and
on proper
recording
media
a federal
reporting.
immigration operation. Multiple videos show him holding a phone, not a weapon, retreating from officers, and intervening only to protect another bystander who had been shoved to the ground.
Just so you know, he's just reading off what they're saying. The gal that was up there wasn't a reporter.
Within
That
minutes
was
of his
Defense
death, federal
Secretary.
officials described him as a violent assailant bent on mass murder. The gap between the visual record and the government's narrative was not subtle. It was absolute and rooted in fascism. Yet, rather than correcting the record as evidence mounted, senior officials doubled down. The Department of Homeland Security circulated an image of a handgun and publicly implied it was
Wait and see
Pretty's.
says,
The
oh,
president
gnome the Garing
echoed this
clone.
claim. DHS leadership repeatedly asserted that Pretty brandished a weapon, even as they declined to say whether he ever removed a gun from a holster. Independent witnesses, including a physician and the woman who recorded the clearest video of the shooting, swore under penalty of perjury that they never saw Pretty threaten officers with a firearm. Video footage appears to show that if a gun was present at all, it was seized while Pretty was already pinned to the ground, moments before he was executed. This was the second killing of an American citizen by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis in less than a month. Earlier in January, another 37-year-old citizen, Renee Good, was shot during confrontation in which she appeared to be attempting to drive away. In both cases, officials immediately framed the deaths as necessary acts of self-defense. In both cases, video evidence and eyewitness accounts raised profound doubts. And in both cases, the response from Washington was not caution or restraint, but escalation. These incidents point to something larger than individual misconduct. They reflect the consequences of a deliberate policy choice to militarize immigration enforcement and deploy it domestically as a show of force. Immigration and customs enforcement and customs and border protection now operate in U.S. cities with tactical gear, chemical agents, unmarked units, and rules of engagement that look increasingly indistinguishable from counterinsurgency operations. The targets may be undocumented immigrants, but the casualties are often citizens, especially those who observe, document, or protest. And protest they did, in massive numbers. The official counter-narrative from DHS follows a familiar pattern. Federal agents are always outnumbered, always under threat, and always on the brink of massacre. Any civilian killed was moments away from committing unspeakable violence. Any contradictory evidence is dismissed as incomplete or misleading. This approach mirrors the information tactics of authoritarian states, where security services are shielded by reflexive propaganda, and the public is told to distrust its own eyes. The playbook of Vladimir Putin. What makes the current moment especially dangerous is the speed and ideology of the expansion. Under the second Trump regime, immigration enforcement is driven by numerical quotas and wartime rhetoric. Deportations are measured like production targets. Arrests are treated as metrics of loyalty. At the same time, DHS has undertaken the fastest expansion of a federal law enforcement workforce in modern U.S. history, adding thousands of new ICE personnel in mere months. Rapid expansion is not inherently illegitimate, but the manner of recruitment matters. And here the warning signs are flashing red. ICE recruitment campaigns increasingly rely on language and imagery drawn from far-right subcultures. Invasion narratives, crusader symbolism, hyper-masculine violence, and radicalized depictions of criminal aliens. Recruiters appear at gun shows, combat sports venues, and ideological gatherings where extremist views are common. Social media campaigns borrow memes from video games and neo-Nazi aesthetics, blurring the lines between law enforcement and political militancy. This is not accidental branding. It reflects an understanding of ICE's evolving role. The agency is no longer presented as a bureaucratic arm of immigration law, but as a frontline defense force in a civilizational struggle. Potential recruits are told they are repelling invaders, saving the homeland, and restoring a stolen country. Substantial cash bonuses and loan forgiveness sweeten the deal. lowering the barrier for applicants who may be ideologically motivated but poorly trained to carry out Trump's aggressive ethnic cleansing. The result is a force that increasingly resembles a private paramilitary loyal to a political project rather than a neutral instrument of the law. Comparisons to Russia's Wagner Group are not literal. ICE remains a state agency, but they are instructive. Like Wagner, this force is built rapidly, infused with ideological fervor, insulated from accountability, and deployed to suppress dissent while providing plausible deniability to leadership. Violence becomes a feature, not a bug. Many of the recruits are former convicts.
Well, that was a year of hell. Thankfully, I've got Star Trek Fleet Command.
Well,
Star Trek Fleet Command is the ultimate strategy game where you can build entire fleets, you can forge alliances, and explore the galaxy like never before. You could download the game for free on your PC.
Crucially, these deployments are not limited to immigration targets. In Minneapolis, federal agents confronted and ultimately killed people whose primary offense was witnessing, documenting, or objecting. This collapses the distinction between immigration enforcement and crowd control. It sends an unmistakable message. Resistance, even passive observation, may be met with lethal force. Democracies do not usually fall all at once. They erode through normalization, through the steady acceptance of extraordinary powers exercised against ordinary people. When citizens are killed for filming police, when video evidence is dismissed as inconvenient, and when armed federal agents patrol cities to enforce political priorities, the issue is no longer immigration. It is the future of civilian rule. The deaths of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor before them, demand more than fake internal reviews or press briefings. They demand a reckoning with what kind of force the United States is building in its own streets, and who that force ultimately serves. If the government's answer to public dissent is an ever larger, ever less accountable security apparatus, staffed by ideologues and shielded by lies, then the danger is not at the border. It is already here. The logical endpoint of this trajectory is not hard to see, and it's less about immigration than power. Faced with mounting protest, public outrage, and killings like those in Minneapolis, and resistance from cities and states, Trump's most likely endgame is to invoke the Insurrection Act, followed by some form of emergency or martial law, framing dissent itself as a security threat.
Correct.
In that scenario, protest becomes insurrection, journalism becomes interference, and elections become a destabilizing inconvenience rather than a democratic necessity. History shows that once leaders normalize emergency rule, they rarely relinquish it voluntarily. Elections can be delayed temporarily, then rendered meaningless, then quietly abandoned. The irony is sharp. A president who casts himself as the global guarantor of peace would do so by hollowing out democracy at home, ruling through force while projecting authority abroad. What is taking shape is not a defense of the republic, but a bid to outlast it, using militarized agencies, legal pretexts, and manufactured crises to remain in power long after consent has been withdrawn. More people will die as a result of Trump's dictatorship, and MAGA Republicans appear not to shed any tears. The value of life to them is minimal, as they take their mantra of owning the libs to an entirely new level. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on The Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
All right.
I think that's all I have.
This Fallout 76 video is finally done. I'm so excited to bring this to the community. In this video, I share a lot of tips. I mean a lot to help players out. I will say, creating this video definitely slowed down my uploads on my channel. For sure. Because of how long
that a Mr. Westak? No, that's somebody else. Crucial Fallout 76 tips. I probably should. Looks like I don't have anything else right now. But no, there's right-wing podcasters that are fed up with this, calling it out. But I don't know how well that'll do or where it'll lead. Especially considering once you start going against the Copper Tone Cobblehead.
Wait and
his
see
following
says,
usually
ever heard of
takes off.
GameRanks? He seems to have a decent commentary on existing gameplay.
That's always nice. I'm guessing that's who that is. I just couldn't see the name. I had it up on the projector. I've been doing a little bit of cruising through different Fallout 76 creators' videos, working on figuring out the different build stacks and whatnot. Otherwise, I would not have had any clue about the Onslaught. I'm still not entirely sure what's up with the heat gauge on the Gauss Mini. Not sure what that's all about. But working on refining a few different builds, and then eventually getting the different class slots or perk stack slots, whatever you want to call it, loadout slots.
Wait and see says, is it bad that I just spent 2 hours trying to find a way to the roof of Robco Robot Faciality? Seems the only way up there is by jetpack and timed balcony staging.
No, I don't think it is bad. I think I had that same issue, and I just didn't have the jetpack. You gonna put a base up there? Come on, water, boil. The sooner you do, the sooner I can sit down again and not kill my back. I might do a game test tonight. Check that out. I need to get to it. Same time, I still also haven't done the Minor Miracles quest like I said I needed to do back at the start. Ooh, shiny! Ooh, shiny! Ooh, shiny! Oh, shit. Part of what makes Fallout good, though. Well, I've got to find a place to start farming for Enclave plasma pistols. Because I've now got a 1-star Furious Enclave plasma pistol sitting in my box. Storage. I don't know how I feel about the cremator just yet. Maybe with the right rolls it'd be decent, but kind of eh. Definitely feel like I just shouldn't have spent the atoms on it though. I won't be doing that with the other two. I was watching someone's video earlier. They ranked the most.
Wait and see says that shiny syndrome can be found in humans, crows, raccoons, kangaroo mice, and some breeds of squirrels. I relate to crows and raccoons.
With you on that one. I've actually gotten a couple of murders in the places that I've been in to start hanging around and asking for food and everything. It's like every time I get to just the right point with them where I can actually really start working with them, because they'll get close, I've got to move. Like them crows, they're outside the motel in Lincoln City. Yeah, they've given me reports that most crows have been pretty sad that I'm gone. So a few of the employees have started feeding them, and it's like good. Helps keep them out your garbage. And that was the thing that kind of sucked. When I got there, I could tell that the crows were trying to get a good food source, and between fighting with the seagulls and the pigeons, they were having some trouble. So they were going over to the motel and popping themselves into the garbage cans and making a big old mess. So I started feeding them and working with them, and whenever they start to go after the garbage can, no garbage. I'll go get you something. No garbage. I'm not AFK, I'm cooking. Well, no. Oof, Daddy's not sitting down yet. Monster. What, get Kitty cat's getting angry that I'm not coming in and sitting down. Hurry up. I ended up getting a group of people to do a few of the raid boss runs with, and managed to get 2 pieces of the new power armor. I've already got the head and the torso. I have them and I'm over here. Grumpy little chihuahua. She is a little old lady though. Working on building out a melee bleed class, which would be a melee bleed burn. I'm trying to decide if I stick with the sledge that I got, or if I sit there and make my baseball bat again. Because baseball bat does bleed and burn. The sludge will just do bleed. It won't do bleed and burn. It's either burn and armor piercing? If I remember correctly? No. I don't remember. Let's look at it again. Dooby-dooby-doo. Uh-oh. We got a same problem. We don't have enough mail. Yeah.
Wait and see says. I'm accustomed to Triclaw, Deathclaw, Gauntlet, and the Shepherd's Staff with poison spikes.
Yeah, my moderator science is going melee route the same way. That's actually why I've got a power fist and the turtle's gaunt. Yay, boiling water. Yeah, giant mutated turtle, one that hates the Deathclaw. I cannot pronounce that damn thing's name. Not from looking at it. I've heard it a couple times and I'm just like, wait a minute, say it again. No, I lost it. No! It's like trying to wrap my name around the brain around the name of the thing. I just basically call it the overgrown snapping turtle. Mutated overgrown snapping turtle. There's nothing teenage about that one. Thank you. It's okay. Shit happens. Sounds like I have a kitty to go get after. Oh yeah, I certainly do. Huh? Okay, so that wasn't Dublin. So what was it? Looks like we disconnected for a second. That's what it was. I'm sorry. I suspected you and you didn't do a damn thing. Yeah, you was a good girl. I know you're angry at me. I'm not done. No monster. Love you. Blend me. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. I either watched a troll video earlier today.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
But I need to go back and double check it and look it over. See what I'm missing. Because it was a feature I was trying to build into both of my classes. Waiting on noodles. Okay. Nope. Might as well grab what's there. That was not nice. Get back in place. Thank you. Ow. Was not expecting to step out of my knee. I said I was not expecting to step out of my knee. I turned around from the sink to go get the spatula and just straight stepped right out of my right knee. Went right out of place. It don't feel good. But it never does. Come on, you. Get out of here. Okay. Good enough for government work. Actually, I shouldn't say that. My apologies. That'll do. It's almost like a ranch. Oh, wait a minute. It's supposed to be. Oh, damn right. Sat there, mixed it in. Oh, back. Not nice. Okay, before we add it to the heat, we'll get mixed in, mixed around.
Attention, citizens.
Damn.
Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
They smell good. Alright. Basically just letting cheese melt and then it's ready. Dooby dooby doo. I hate waiting on stuff to cook. Well, you have to get up in a few moments anyhow. It is done. I said it is done. Oh. I need to go beat up the old man for some cigarettes. I said I gotta go beat up the old man for some cigarettes. I was gonna say it doesn't look like it'll take very much. Crush? Okay. As I kind of expected. It wouldn't take very much at all.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent.
Another
Please
nuke?
exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Why does it smell like dog in my room? Alright, my girl. Where are we going? They nuked. Spin to win. That's hilarious. Well, that's one way to get your multi-kill. Hope I get paid tomorrow. Axe? up. Ah. Dude just made everyone fail the event out. Yeah, somebody is just on a rampage bombing. Some vintage beverage. It tells me it kind of was collateral damage.
Wait and see says, that funny. Finished the dailies by drinking vintage Newcashine. Regained consciousness at the North Cut Road camp. A new travelling blackout record. Drank it at the Mount Blair train yard.
Nice. That's kind of funny. Now I do need to do that. I also need to not be a fat ass, so. Dinner smells good. I had to get creative, but oh, I need to take these ones in there with me, put them in my pack. And I'll just keep zipping in here because I'm living here. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'll be back. Well, I'll be on mic still, but. Ooh, it smells really good. You buttheads! You took all the keys.
Listening to the light.
Wow. That feels really nice. Oh yeah, there's a limited amount of cheese. Let's either take it all or mix it all in. Ooh. No, the point was the cheese was supposed to be on top. Not mixed in. Otherwise I'd have mixed it in. If there's any more gone from it before I get to my food, I'm gonna be pissed. And I will fucking say something. That shit's not funny. Just so you're aware for next time, if I leave the cheese sitting on top, it's because it's supposed to be that way. If I leave the cheese sitting on top of the dish, it's because it's supposed to be that way. Otherwise, it blends in and you lose cheese flavor. It sets a different flavor note. Y'all quite literally fucked up the flavor for me. And I need that shit. It's not an option. It's not a fucking choice. I just spent almost an hour fucking cooking for you. And you couldn't fucking give enough of a shit. Oh, someone figured it out. Cool. Appreciate it if they close the doors, though. That's not what I said.
You could always grab a trusted buddy to help you out with this.
Dude,
I mean,
get off the fucking stairs. And it would appear I took my water bottle out there. That's what I left it in here. So I figure out where I left it. Right there. You talking to me? No, I said there it is. Get back in there, rip on the bait, rip on the bait, rip on the bait. Whoops. Sorry about the short throw there, baby girl.
It's damn time!
It's odd because it tastes kind of like a buttery pineapple. No, it was scrap I wanted. Do need to check this though. That's 2 points, not 1. Compressed nozzle. Ooh. 134. Range goes down. Range goes down either way. Compressed going point. I would literally have to be up in their face. Well, I know, baby. But that might work for expeditions. Reload speed bash damage. Bonus damage. Standard barrel. I'm not expecting to get a different kind of barrel. Might be though. Let's see. Whee. Long barrel. Napalm tank. Extended boiling point. Gain some more damage too. That's from scrapping flamer, so it is a flamer. Napalm tank. Plus 65. Ooh. This thing could be pretty beastly once I've scrapped enough flamers. Oh, that's right. Armor comparisons, see what I'm missing, so on. Cloaking leather right leg. That's regenerating. Automatically. It won't take long to get a better one. That's power armor. What's it even worth? And it starts in less than a minute. Fire resistance, right-away effectiveness. And stepbacks. Energy resistance. Damage resistance higher. Oh, it's the aristocrats. Yuck. I'm still overweight. It's not ammo. Ah, that would do it. I need to see if that Wendigo sack sold, or if any of the sheep squat stuff might sell at some point, maybe. Hi to Digidubs. The real dubs won't let you play. You're okay. She's like, yep, I'm ready. Yeah. That's my girl. Why is I so fat? £24. 28 pounds. £10. Stack weight is only 14. Stack weight of 52. Okay, so stems. Stems is the main reason why. I should put these mods away too. Get some cores on a charge. Oops. No, nothing new. Ultrasight. There's plans. Okay, so let's go over the notes real quick. Oh, lovely. My stash is full. Stack weight 96.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
That's not supposed to be in there. I scrapped that spaghetti of buttercup I got earlier, damn it. Huh? Oh, makes more sense. That's at least a little bit better. Thing. Sorry. Oh.
I sent you the location for the cryptic monitor.
I need to try to focus. So, I don't think I've grabbed the quest line yet. Nope, it's not here, so I've got to go grab it. I gotta remember where the hell it is. Damn, that was quick. Come get your bag. Didn't take off, did you? Yes. So this is my payment. Uh-oh. Hi, Bear Bear. So how quickly does it smoke you? Not fast enough. They do pretty decently, though. Alright, Yogi, I'm not done with you. Tried Yogui, anyone? I guess I get it as a payment. Okay. I mean, that is the old rule, so. It's just been a while since I had someone come to me for it. Alright, my girl. Oh, my leg's on it. I see. Oh. Let me see. Minor miracles. It's in a parking lot sign. There's a warn right mining difficulty. Oh, grim him. Whatever. Let's save some caps by instead going to the pick. Exterior. And I'm gonna get my bowl. Good catch. Wee. How'd it turn out? Good. I was a little scared with using the water, but that's what matters. Dad fed him? Oh, not as far as I'm aware. Out to kitchen. Out. Good girl. Good. So demanding, aren't they? Doing good job, Chi. Good girl. Mm-hmm. That'll do. Chi, out the kitchen. Ouch. Ouch. Right there. Good job. Mm-hmm. What? You think it makes a difference because I walk away? She says, yes. It's like I know it does. You want to see what I got? I didn't think so, but with you, the most I can do is try. Oh yeah, cut my travel cost. Sorry. Boo. That's what I'm looking for. No jetpack, dumbass. Oh, it is a side quest. A hunting we would go, a hunting we would go. Oh, there we go, a hunting we would go. Oh, that's my team. Fine. Even though you're a butt uncle wizard. Sorry about that, baby girl. I forgot to put that down for you. Danger, 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 Will Robinson. Uh-oh. Oh, it's them, okay. Excuse me. I thought there was a stealth bot on my ass. Mm-hmm. When the hell did I get 14K? Ow. another one bites the dust. Okay, I did. Ready time.
Weapons free.
Ooh. What? I got pushed into something? Okay. Alright, where's you guys at?
Movement detected. Possible stealth unit.
Possible stealth unit. Oh, this one got some T-45 stuff on it. check and clear the area first. Things should go boom. Found a spare T-45 helmets laying around. Hello there. Kinda say I like this boiling point. So I'm trying to figure out if I should put the reverse on slot on for it or not. But it does not have a very big tank. Left arm. Ultrasight. Excavator. Oi, behave. I don't want to make all my suits look the same, no. That wasn't even 15 minutes. I'm kidding. Another empty chassis. Kind of makes me wish I hadn't. Doesn't matter. That was another one. Transfer. Lit like what side? So there it is. Oh, it's not there, okay. Let's go. He's never there when you go in. it did pretty good. It was only half a tank too, not bad. I'll always kind of pop over this way from here. We don't get over this way very often. I mean, unless the apartment room was, I gotta remember this is a good place to go. Retrieve your dropped loot. Fuck. Oh.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
It's like you waltzed in through the front door, but we're going to make you go through the garage.
Wait and See says, falling asleep, so happy hunting.
Have a good night. over encumbered. Combat shotguns, drill, fire axe, flare gun. So now I came from that way, there's nowhere to go. And it wants me to go back in there. Fuck that shit, man. I'll go back to the damn front door. Bad gutsy. I'm gonna try some weed, he'd love it. Ooh, he's still glowing red. Hup. Misleading and dotted in. Yummy, 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 got rats in my tummy. No, no. It's for you. There's even there's a core and everything at your feet. Away. There it is. There was 2 chassis there. Knowing he was there, I was in here with me and not gonna happen. Chance at the chassis. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that to you. I'll give you a chassis. And I'll give you the parts that I have for it, too. Because I really don't need them. I just end up selling it to some poor schmuck later on or scrapping it. And I don't need the scrap that bad. Gotta remember I'm over level 100 now. What's up, Yogi? Yeah. Gotcha. Your pet has given you an item.
Listening is the key to life. Gotta focus.
Plasma cores 9, fusion cores 6. Fusion cells 72. 72! Why do we need 72? Do definitely need more plasma cores though. Ow! Where'd I put it? So yeah, cores not on the list. For some reason, I feel like they used to be, but I also have been wrong before. I could eventually put more upstairs if I wanted.
You could always grab a trusted lady to help you out with this. I mean,
Shit. No. Oh, no way. I got the statues, yeah.
Does anyone have any XO1 like parts?
I do, but I'm not sure I could get you. You could convince me to pass a part with them.
What do you need? I will give anything to get XO1 parts right now.
Give me a moment. I haven't ignored you. Alright, I got an arm and a leg I can part with.
An arm and a leg.
Correct.
Alright, what do you like want? I will give like anything, dude. I'll give my whole entire armor set besides my helmet, because I need my helmet.
Do you have the... Oh, no, you don't. You're still too low level, never mind. I won't ask that question. I was gonna be like, do you have the stuff to make the Vulcan stuff yet?
No, I've been trying to get the Vulcan stuff too. I didn't have enough people to do the drill part.
I got lucky and ran through with 3 others, and just happened to get a couple of drops.
Yeah, that's like, I just need to find people who are like really stacked that can like get me through Vulcan and get the gear. It took me so long to craft the helmet for the XO1, and now I'm trying to get the torso, but I would do anything to like get the other parts. I can give you, hold on, let me see what I can give you. I don't have much. I'll try to see what I can do.
And this sucks, because I would be saying the same thing if you were a level 1000 something. Because I actually do have a torso piece, and it's Chameleon's torso.
Chameleon's XO1 torso?
Correct.
Oh my god. Dude, I would give up my whole entire inventory for that. Even though half of the stuff wouldn't even be useful.
I run Chameleons, and that's part of the reason why it's so difficult.
Yeah, no, Chameleon XO1 torso is like it's like heaven right there for me. How'd you get it? Was it just from a drop?
Yeah, chance drop from events.
Which event was it?
Don't remember at the moment, but more than likely one of the Enclave events. I can't remember which event at the moment.
Oh, you're good.
It might have been the Scorch Queen, though.
The Scorch Queen? Yeah, I got whatever you call it, the really weird looking T-51. It starts with a Q. I got like an arm and a helmet for it, but I just threw it away because I'm not high enough level.
Oh, if you're not high enough level when it comes to power armor, save up pieces that have the stats and whatnot you want. The legendary perks and whatnot.
Oh, okay. I've probably thrown away a whole entire set of that weird looking T-51 power armor. I don't know what it's called. Hold on, let me try to find it. Ultra Sight. I've probably thrown away a whole entire set of Ultra Sight. That's what it is.
Okay, Ultra Sight is a good, pretty damn decent mid-range armor, especially if you like to go playing in nukes.
Yeah, I've probably thrown a whole entire set away of it.
Come on over to my base, I can actually make you a full set. It won't be legendary, but I can make it. Wait, I cannot make it at my base. I don't have... Wait a minute, maybe I do. Give me a second.
Holy cow! Serious? I don't know if. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Is that all? Is that fully like, what you call like fully repaired and all?
So what?
Yeah, that's the best I can give you. Oh, I'm talking to the DK guy. That's the best I can give you right there.
Okay, no problem.
Here, you have take my Ghoul Slayer Ultrasight torso and my 60 helm. That's all I. That's all I. That's worth it, man. And I need to get rid of it too. That's like way too much. It's way heavy for me. Do you not want it? It's way too heavy for me. I can't carry all that because I have the whole entire set. What? Wait, is there any scrap or not scrap, but storage?
V. Because I can.
Hey, DK. Oh, never mind. I found storage.
Oh shit.
Holy. This is a pretty big base.
Thanks.
That's cool. Yeah, but, you see what I mean though? Look at my power armor. I have a full T60 set with the XO1. How'd you get night armor? Where's that at?
That you can find at other people's bases. They have to buy the rusted coat of arms from the atomic shop, and then they can set that up in their base. You can go up and interact with it, and it gives you the full set of knight armor for a visual, like, aesthetic look. Uh-oh. Bad, 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 bad! Bro's got Enclave armor. Hell yeah.
Could you tell me what I could do to give you to for that arm?
For the arm? Give me a moment. I'll just give it to you, bud. Let me get it pulled out. Come on upstairs. Oh, I'll come down to you. Oh. Right behind you. Oops. Right behind you.
Here. I'll drop this gun I got.
No, you keep your gun. I said I give it to you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man.
I didn't mean the power armor, but I'll get over it. I'm not gonna tease you by accidentally doing that. No, take it. It was an accident on my part, but I don't care. Take it.
You seriously don't want the chameleon?
I want it, but like I said, I'm not the type to tease. I made an accident, but take it. I'm not gonna tease you with it.
Holy cow.
Consider it a bank error in your favor.
I'm in debt then. Thank you so much. I'll figure once. Hold on. Once I get a higher level and I get some rare stuff, even if I'll wait until I get the Vulcan. I'll try to find some friends and I'll give it to you.
Don't fret over it, bud. I'll be doing the same thing for many other people in the future.
Thank you. Oh my. Oh, I only got the arm and then the leg. Oh, do you know where the Enclave paint for it is?
Nope.
I've been trying to find it. I've been trying to search it up on Reddit. I couldn't find anything about it.
Nah, don't personally care for the Enclave paint.
Put that on. I'll put that on when I'm level 50.
I have a full set of Ultra Sight and a full set of Raiders as well. This is T45, the one in the bathroom is T60.
The alien guy?
Yep.
That is a pretty cool skin. You know how I can find the jetpack for the XO1? Because that jetpack looks really, really cool.
I do not have the plans, otherwise I would say look in there, but I've got plans for, I think it was T45, T50, and, no, sorry, Ultra Sight T45, and, what's the other one? I'd have to look. My memory doesn't serve me that well.
Yeah, it's T45 and T51.
Oh, that's right. That's right, it's the Brotherhood of Steel quest line to get my power armor bench. Duh.
Holy cow. Alright. I'm back.
Hey, go in that
Stream
room and
Element
look what you can
says,
for I close it.
find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok
What is
as Mage.
this?
That says my supply room.
The heck is a gold? Oh, gold scrap. Sensor. Oh, I do need nuclear waste.
That's what you call a goodie room.
Oh man. I think that's just a couple more scraps from something else, and then I think I get the leg.
What you mean?
What?
What do you mean a couple more scraps from something else?
Like just like the recipe thing for the XO1 stuff.
Okay, actual recipe as in learning it or learning mods?
Like like the crafting for it. Do you have like the power armor holding thing so I could craft? Or the
No,
crafting thing?
I don't. That's actually what I was trying to do before we all got in a team here. But my dumbass forgot that no, you don't get it when you do the minor miracles. You get it through the Brotherhood of Steel.
Oh.
So I just got my excavator finally.
Did you gotta do some mining mission for it?
Well, you might have to go grab a few nodes from down there if you don't already have a built-up supply of black titanium. But I do. Link.
Do you have any storage boxes too?
Come back up here.
I think. Or I'm probably just blind. Oh, there we go.
The orange one. Alright, I'm gonna go do that Brotherhood fight. You enjoy, and don't forget to use the skill points boosters that are sitting around. It'll help with your specials.
Oh, that's cool.
The pool
Learning
table,
a
the
lot.
instruments, the weights, the freaking fortune teller. There's even tea over on the table. Some food over in the cooker, just on the other side of the stairs. Yeah, kind of make proper hangout bases and bases that you can come to daily and just be like, I need to get a little bit of more stat boost.
Yeah, heck yeah.
But if you ever see one of my bases marked with the Raiders symbol, be careful.
What is that?
That's a sign that it's a trap base.
A trap base? People make those?
Yep, one of 3 fair warnings that my group gives. Just one of 3 fair warnings. Another one is you will see the Raider flag actually flying outside the base, if it's a trap base.
Oh my. My friend was supposed to get on with today too.
But if it's not marked with those Raider emblems, you don't have as much to worry about when it comes to traps. You might find a Punji Border 2 hiding generator or a windmill or something, but nothing that's going to intentionally be there to hurt you. Step out just outside the door there and look up.
What is this?
An intelligence boost from the Mothman.
That's cool. So like all this stuff can help you.
Yep, that's why I do it.
Yeah, my friend has full Vulcan gear. He was supposed to get on today and help me.
Well, if you feel like adding me as a friend, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna add you. And then I'll see if he gets on tomorrow. And then if he does, I'll get you.
I ain't fretting. I'm gonna go get that armor workbench now. To the Brotherhood, not the mining facility. Ooh, that means I get to go kill a bunch of super mutants.
Hey, DK. Is that the T-65 or whatever it's called? What you might call it?
Scorched, the raiders, the ghouls. If anything tries to attack,
Alright, Valdez.
Alright. Going to go to bed. Hop off and add you.
Have a good night.
Staying safe out there. Let's talk. Maybe we'll both learn something. You mean to tell me these documents were just lying about in the wilds of Appalachia? If you find any more data like this, the Brotherhood can use it. Or at the very least, keep it safely filed away. There's another secure cache at Camp Venture you can use if you're on that side of the neighborhood. Otherwise, I will happily take this off your hands. I don't suppose you know how to spot weld.
Majority. To the substructure. I feel like this isn't the right spot. Oh, I guess so.
Good, you're here. So, how do you feel about reading comprehension? I was hoping to start out by sweeping the area for documentation left behind from before the war. Are you trying to get on my good side? Because that's how you get on my good side. But enough about that. I'd like to get started. Let's head downstairs and see what we can turn up.
It's not this way. You stay there while I load the place. I didn't do nothing. There it is. I'm gonna be a Batman. Roasted Cave Cricket, anyone?
Here's a document. This must be Dr. Hill.
Blow fly low.
Holotubes and logs in our initial sweep of the area. This tech down here is his handiwork, and he couldn't give it up. Even after the war, I should make arrangements for a proper burial.
This is just roaming free in the wasteland. Pipes. Well, it might not be so bad this time.
We really need to get a team down here to get things cleaned up.
Carrot, carrot. Come on, Valdez, focus. hope. Would you seriously try to take that right bloody now? Yep. Dude, my money don't come in just yet. Trying to take that at freaking 12.05, 12.06. Scribe belt is broken.
this one. I think this is good. Let's talk for a sec. That should be enough to start. Let me take a look. Atmos condition report. So the project was in bad shape after all? I knew it sounded too good to be true. Fascinating. Wow. This is some seriously classified stuff that I just let you read, isn't it? I wasn't supposed to show you any of this. I guess you're right. There's only so much I can tell you, but I'll share what I feel is relevant. Atlas wasn't exactly an observatory before the war. That was just a front. The military conducted research here. Pretty advanced research. We're down here to investigate and see what's worth salvaging for the Brotherhood. I did ask you to help, after all. It's only fair you're prepared for what you might find. Now, let's follow up on some leads from this report. I'd like to do a quick inspection of some key components that should be nearby. There's probably a terminal around here. If it's still running, we can do a diagnostics test. That will tell us about some of the less accessible hardware. The report mentioned that the machine's intake pump was under a lot of pressure. Let's find the release valve for that and give it a spin, see what happens. Finally, the lower core on this level should have a wiring box. Why don't we take a glance at that to get an idea of the electrical hookups? Should be a simple inspection. You can have point, but I'll be looking over your shoulder the whole way. Take note of the details and we'll discuss how it goes after. Interesting. Looks like we've got company.
It's not company, just dinner.
That does it for the inspection. Let's talk. All right, let's go over the inspection results. The diagnostics check revealed some issues. Flux disruption in the induction loop, intake valves ruptured, and the ion focus? Misaligned. Problematic to say the least. Next, we have the release valve. That went. Well, what was your assessment? It certainly did. I'm going to mark that down as bad. Last but not least, the wiring. The wires were The warm reception they gave us also points to that. Okay, well, sorry about the pop quiz. But in general, you're handling yourself well so far. Nobody does, outside of a classroom. That's why I love to evaluate new prospects this way. If I'm going to recommend you to Paladin Romani, I need to know you're serious. Can you pay attention? Think on your feet? If you can, you earn my favor. If you can't, then, well, maybe I reconsider my recommendation. I'm worried about what our inspection turned up. There are a few parts I'd like to extract and examine in my lab. There's the pressure gauge, the core processor, and the ion focus. They should be upstairs. There's a lot I can learn from examining them if we can pull them out and get them back to my lab in decent condition. I want to take some notes on the core up there, so I'm going to leave the parts removal to you. Each extraction will be a little different, but in general, you'll want to use a light touch. I want the components in good condition, so please be careful. Any questions, or are you ready to get started?
Let's get to it then.
Let's see what you can do.
Oops, my bad. Alright, what are we looking at here? Upstairs, upstairs. Yep. That seems a little misleading.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
machine core. That doesn't sound good. Glad that's over with. We survived. Whew. Whatever you did up there, the security system sure didn't like it. Thanks for the backup. I doubt I could have handled that on my own. Now that that's over with, let me take a look at what you've collected. The pressure gauge looks like it's in good condition. The core processor is pristine. Good work on that. The ion focus looks usable. Impressive. The induction coil seems fine. That's a relief. And what is this? Is this ultrasight? Fascinating. This looks like some kind of compact power source. None of the documents, none of the terminals said anything about this. Did this power the whole machine? If it wasn't staring me in the face right now, I'd say it sounded pretty far-fetched. Yes, Project Atlas may be beyond our power to repair, but we might have something here. I expected the machine to use a small reactor's worth of energy, but they condensed that into a container I can hold in my hands. Oh, I could do a lot with this. You were a big help. I'm sure you have what it takes to be an initiate, and soon. Here, take this letter to Paladin Romani. She'll make the final call on letting you into the Brotherhood, but my wreck may tip the scales. I'm going back upstairs to take a look at these components. I need to catalog our findings. If nothing else, this ultrasight battery has piqued my interest. There's a lot I could learn from reverse engineering it. Oh, I'm giving you access to my private terminal, too. It has all the logs we recovered from when we moved in. After what we just went through, I think you deserve to know more about Project Atlas. Take a look if you get some free time. Thanks again for your help, and good luck with the Paladin.
I thought I'd fight mutants. No, more robots. I am starting to get tired.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Probably gonna have some chips or something.
Free from America to rebuild America. Take the old.
Why didn't I see it before?
All these kids we picked up are gonna pay. What name's again? It started with an F.
I am a link.
You must be the one I've been hearing about. Paladin Layla Romani. I've received a report from Knight Shin detailing your assistance in his duties. He's given his approval to your consideration as an initiate. Word around the fort is that you've been working with Scribe Valdez as well. Well, between this and the report I have from Knight Shin, we can discuss you becoming a member of our order. Consider it carefully. Do you wish to join our ranks?
The people of Appalachia think a bomb is a plaything.
With the recommendations of Knight Shin and Scribe Valdez, I'm willing to consider you for membership. But first, I need to see how you handle yourself without direct supervision. In order to be effective in our operations here, we need to establish positive relations with the people of Appalachia. If we make them see us as a beneficial presence in the area, it will be much easier to secure cooperation in the future. We have reports of feral ghoul attacks on traders and travelers in the southwest forest region, indicative of a nest of some kind. I want you to clear it out.
Cool.
No meat.
Oops.
A perfectly preserved pie with every dense cell blind. This ration request doesn't need anyone.
We don't know. Our initial reports on the attacks came from a family of farmers, the Putnams, that we passed on the way into the region. I think their sons were rather starstruck when we showed up. I almost expected the older boy to follow us when we left.
Each day
You
in
should
service
start
of
your
the
search
Brotherhood.
there. They may know more. You can find them at the old Lewis and Sons farming supply.
I need to remind Scribe Valdez to retune my power armor.
While I'm not in the habit of explaining my priorities to would-be recruits, you may have noticed there's a lot of work to be done here. You doing it accomplishes the mission and adds another member to our ranks. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Someone returned our gun to the wrong place again. Do I need to call a seminar on this?
Very well. Do this, and you will be one of us, with all the rights and responsibilities of a full member of the Brotherhood of Steel. Ad Victoriam.
We should spend less time mourning for Defiance and more time here, where Appalachia's future will be decided. If I don't sleep tonight, I should be able to get this list done.
Greetings, civilian.
I can do more than just fight. But how do I show that I'm fit to be a scribe when I'm on patrol day?
They're really gonna let you in with that mutation you have?
Can we really trust them?
Oh, oh, oh.
Brotherhood of Steel has a real hardcore ring to it.
Killing ghouls for a roof over my head sounds like a good trade to me.
I came too far to get turned down now.
That's what I get for teaching you to put it in the hole in your cat tree. It's time.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.